And there we go, welcome in. It is the start of the night. Well, let's face it, the night shift has already started. It's a 10 to 1 local time. It is midnight local time where our fearless commentator and driver, Mr. Christian Romano, doth reside. He is off for some well-deserved pizza espresso and a bit of a nap. Unfortunately, he won't be back behind the wheel due to his team disconnecting from the server, but he will be back to bring us more of the action. My name's John Wright, aka Double O Raven. I brought you the start of the race. I'm going to be bringing another 4 hours of the coverage through the witching hour and beyond. We've had, of course, Ricky DC on the microphone as well, brought us some coverage earlier on. So I hope you've all enjoyed so far. Quite a few people hanging in there. I've seen a few people in the chat. Mr. Text, sorry to bother. Is there any way we can get some text on screen on who's currently casting the race and give them some creds? Not 100% sure what that casting is, to give them some cred, as in a pat on the back, as a well done. Yeah, so that was Christian Romano. In fact, if you jump into the Discord, all the commentators are actually linked there. I'm not sure there's any mentioned in the description. Very much a joint effort on today's event. As I say, it was myself that started the race. Then we've had Christian Romano. He's done 2 stints so far. Of course, he took hours 5 and 6, and then 11, 12 and 13. Ricky DC taking a 4-hour stint in the middle of Christian's 2 stints, of course, while he was behind the wheel until he was disconnected. And then again, yeah, Christian will be back 7:30 AM UK time, 8:30 because he is in Europe for him, and that'll be for the final 3 hours. But it is myself that you're going to have to put up with for the next 4 hours. And we'll see, we'll have a quick look at the running order. I did miss most of the server disconnects. I did wonder what was going on. I had Pitwall Live running and it did seem to have a bit of a hissy fit. I did wonder. But certainly, server disconnections would explain that. It's really shaken up the order, as certainly since I've been away. Hypex still leading, with FRL still in second place. Then it's Remnant Racing up into 3rd position at the moment. The minus 0.3 International Racing Club got themselves in 4th. Although I think that's about to be 5th, because here comes Nico Veldman once again, making it 2 FRL cars in the top 5. In fact, there's a car just exiting the pits there. I do have a slightly different image contrast on, just because it is night time, so we'll put the floodlights on just to make it a bit more visible. So I know the cars and the lights might look slightly off, but it should hopefully give us a bit more recognition of the vehicles. Marco Zaccari. Again, that's me banned from Italy even further with that enunciation. The Vesta Sport car, the remaining Vesta Sport car, 6th position. Philippe Beregia, who was behind the wheel of the Holdfast Motorsport car, they had made their way up into 3rd position. So it looks like they are on another comeback drive. And yeah, there's certainly good value for it. Given they made their way up to 3rd. Do love the nighttime cameras. You can see the exhaust tip absolutely glowing. It's quite a cool one on the Mustang, actually. It's the simple things. Where is the Mustang? There's Kaplan in the Mustang. I can't see it because he's stationary in the pits. Let's see if Patrick Loon. There we go. You can just see the exhaust there down on that side skirt. It's pretty cool. That is Marco Zaccari. Philip Beregia. That is who we were watching. That's him into turn 1 in the GP arena. Up into 7. Jerome Jongen is behind the wheel of the QRT Esports car. On the Dottinger straight, the Ferrari flies. 8th position for them at the moment. The Kai Verona, the Nurbs M4 team, up into 9th place. Son Angel behind the wheel of the Cronus Racing Team car, while the party fully kicks off. Oh, you don't get to see it from that angle, unfortunately. cheeky little Scottish flag on the tarmac. But Cronus Racing currently in 10th position. It's FNM McLaren Endurance. The tail-happy McLaren, they've got 11th place at the moment. Patrick Loon for Spectrum Racing, their Mustang in 12th. Aristov is behind the wheel of the crazy squirrel car. A few ups and downs they had, but in 13th. And it's Wild Things Racing. Darryl Young behind the wheel. Do love the Wild Things liveries. I do love that side shot on the BMW. Harold Rambo, he was getting some shouts in the chat. Rombat, sorry, for Sim Racing Belgium up in the 15th position. With Adrian Hanowitz in the Porsche. 16th then Simunation, Matthias Kinzelia, they're in 17th position at the minute. Mark Leclerc for TSE, their Phyrexian machine. 18th position. Then it's Astro Racing, Cody Besselink behind the Team B Ferrari car. 19th place for them. He's just ahead of Josh Staffen, TSE's Project D car. So Phoenixia have made it right back up. There's Verona in the pits actually. De Jong, yeah, there's permanently. Actually, the restart rejoins might have shaved that up a bit, and we've got a yellow flag for Sean Major at the minute. We'll catch up with that one. Yellow Submarine down in 22nd place with Backmarker down in 23rd. So the disconnects have not been kind to the Backmarker team, and it looks like there is a fair bit of separation on the front of that car. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Definitely not as streamlined as it is declaring on the bonnet there, I'm afraid. It's a whole lot of flapping in the wind that will do you no aerodynamic good whatsoever. Astro Team Racing's Mercedes, I've got Nino Tobin behind the wheel, 24th position, and then Jan Barth, Advisor driver extraordinaire. And if ever there was a reason to use forbidden chase cam, the Porsche exhaust pipe at night is that reason. Advisor in 25th position, we've got Sergio Osorio for Formula Racing League. Another beautiful looking Porsche. 26th position, Team E-Trax up into 27th after a difficult start to their race. Up in 27th place, we've got Anthony De Silva in 28th. Chris Jones out behind the wheel of the Honda, the long smile car, another one. Car had a very good start, and then just over a couple of laps, just seemed to have a couple of incidents, and at the North's Life, that's all it takes. The party in full swing in the background there. 10 degrees, that's full Tea in the Park Festival weather right there. So, yep, get the campfire, get the camp chairs out, everyone get an acoustic guitar, and playing time with the DJ. MT Motorsport in 30th position, and BVB, the Mercedes currently running in 31st. They've just had a bit of an incident as well, but they are still running. 31 surviving teams from the 39 that started, an original roster of 147 drivers due to take part. 24 hours, 16 miles per lap, and a 65-minute 65-minute stint timer, meaning a lot of pit stops. Hey, Chris Warner still unaffected up. He started the race for the team. He's on. Yeah, on his 6th stint. David Sparks has managed to pop in a few as well for the team. Said and Tut has been used sparingly, but Warner certainly absolutely flying, as Christian pointed out. Has lapped the entire field apart from 2nd place, which is the Formula Racing League team. Yeah, who are effectively the Dottinger straight away. Do we see more of the look at those lights in the future? It's like a movie premiere going on. And that almost looks like the monument on the Law Hill on the right hand side there. Yeah, but along the Dottinger Straight, landing lights for a large aircraft carrier, a movie premiere maybe going on, but no, full party time just at the back of the pit lane. That must be an absolute experience to go to a 24-hour race here at the Northside. Yeah, to say it's steeped in history at this track, massive understatement you would say. And yeah, some of those campsites that are dotted around the track must be a lot of fun. Do we get to see? Oh, we'll get to see it when he goes out into the countryside. I was also keeping an eye, actually, just before I came in. Darryl Young really is moving. He got the overtake done on Matheus Kidzeli, who's dropped down. They've taken out another pit stop since, but certainly Young is absolutely moving at a clip at the moment. 14th position, run back behind them, just going into the pits. Hanowitz for the Porsche team. We're missing Rebellion Autosport. Are we missing? We are missing Rebellion Autosport. Ah, that is unfortunate. They were doing well. That was a great battle they were having with the other Porsche. Yeah, that is unfortunate. That battle was coming along nicely. Jento van Thielen for Sim Racing Belgium behind the wheel. This will be one of his first stints, in fact. Oh yeah, they did have a short pit stop, right? That must have been with the disconnect. Sorry, I'm just looking down the telemetry, having a look at some of the stint times of some of the drivers that have been out behind the wheel. Quite a few that are further up with a couple of short stints. So I'm assuming that's when the disconnects happen. They all seem to be roughly at the same point in time. I think we've seen a brake change as well. For Yevgeny Aristov and the team there in 12th. That was a big long pit stop that they just had. So the Crazy Squirrel team, that'll be them hooked up. As far as brakes go, we'll see a few teams coming in and changing them, I think. Yeah, Staffen with an extra long pit stop there as well. So too Team E-Tracks. So yeah, all getting that done roughly the same time. The team leading the race, their pit stops have been like absolute clockwork. Absolute clockwork so far, as you would expect, leading with the margin that they've got at the minute. BMW looking absolutely solid. Did have a couple of wiggles just as I joined the server and was jumping my way through the field to see where everyone was. The car did look a little bit excitable, but the track has been downgraded to fast, so it's not full optimum conditions, and the wind is definitely picked up from where it was when I was on earlier. More of those party lights and party spectators just enjoying the sights and sounds. Most of them are in t-shirts. That is dedication for you. Warner and the team then, again a full lap up on the entire field, apart from Benjamin Eck and the Formula Racing League team in second place, and they've got over a minute on Remnant Racing, who have done very well. We're inside, they're there around the top 10 when I left, so yeah, the server disconnects, they've managed to get themselves back in it and survive, and they've done well. Nico Veldman as well for Formula Racing League. Fourth position with Zakari, only 5 seconds down the road, so a couple of these cars definitely keeping one another honest. Aristov doing the same. Verona not long out the pits for the Nurbs M4 car. They've come back out in 11th, only 4 seconds ahead of Aristov, who will be coming at the pit soon. Darryl Young as well. He is closing that gap. It's now down to 12 seconds. Got one of the all those sparks flying up. Got that Ferrari following closely. That's not for position though. Another couple of drivers. A little bit of net code there. warnings on the broadcast software, but we seem to be running fine, so we'll ignore them. Philip Brezia as well, a minute down on Zachary. Now, as I said, they'd made it up to third position after dropping up and down the field. Overall positions gained and lost are a bit out the window with everyone disconnected from the server. But certainly they've been involved in a lot of overtakes so far, the Holdfast team. And they'll be looking to do quite a few more if they can. That's 11 hours, under 11 hours left. Real plenty of time. Even the steers are under the marquees. There's Jabadal in for FNM. I did say this earlier on, and I would have stayed by it if I hadn't had the disconnect, but certainly once you get to a certain stage at the Northslife, there is permanently a car taking their pit stop with the 65-minute stint timer. Especially we had a few cars that would come in at the end of lap number 1. Oh, he's just locked up there. The cold conditions not going to be great on the tyres. He just saw the wheel completely stationary as he was on the brakes there. And it is a law of diminishing returns. As soon as you get a bit of a flat spot on the tyres, it's really difficult to stop catching the flat spot as you go into corners. There's Cody Besseling into the pits as well. You'll stay ahead of Staffen. Staffen is still leading the ARM race with De Jong in second, and they're up he's up 3 positions. Sorry, when I left, he was in 23rd, leading in 23rd. So up to 20th place. That's going to be 19th overall. As we can see, 2 of the pros ahead of them into the pits. It's amazing how the grass around the side of the course changes at night. But you can see that again. I've got a contrast filter on, so we can see much more than the drivers can. Much more than the drivers can, especially at this time of night. And it's going to get a bit darker for them as well. Oh, wow. I think this course doesn't demand enough concentration. But yeah, when I go to the Northslife, that is where I'm going to pitch my tent. Right next to, oh, the carousel. Oh, it's all the fun and games. You're almost joining the party people in the crowd there under the spotlights. That carousel, I saw a couple of cars earlier try and take the carousel like it was the mini carousel. Major mistake. Does not end well. Oh, down the hill he goes. Oh, and they're hanging right on. Such an engaging course. All the way through. Oh, Team E-Trans here just catching the curve themselves. Need to be careful. We've got a couple of incidents that have just popped up as well, actually. Through the carousel once again. Oh, sorry, just on the exits, actually. It's NT in the 197. I think they might have just been getting themselves out of the way. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, very quickly and handily getting themselves out of the way of the blue flag Ferrari. There's Justin De Jong coming in from second place. Gazelle, they have held on to second place in the ARMS as well. So great race by them so far. Of course, third in the ARMS, that would be Sergio Osorio for Formula Racing League. So cars on both podiums, and that is Bag Marker going past them in the BMW. That'll be blue flags. Team E-Tracks, great to see. They, as I say, at the start of the race, for anyone that wasn't here, they had a server sync issue, so no one could see them until they exited the server and rejoined. They'd made up the 31st at that point and then got dropped back down outside. I think it was 34th, 33rd, somewhere in that region. So yeah, but they hung on in there, and they've currently got 4th in the ARMS. They have a 5-second penalty, but got a good gap back to Anthony De Silva in the LFR Endurance team. Although I say a good gap back, there's 11 hours of the Northslife still to go. Is there even such a thing as a good gap over another car? And there is a temporary distance between 2 objects. That distance is changeable at the drop of a hat. Let's say this one, Darryl Young, he's found another 4 seconds on Verona, who is freshly out of the pits, but is being hunted down and is doing a good job of chasing Aristov down as well. The crazy squirrel car. I can definitely see those headlights in the background. That is why you should never use DLSS. If anybody's wondering what those red trailers are, those are over-exaggerated because DLSS likes to colorise fragmentation. If you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But yeah, so that's what those annoying red trailers are. I will try not to let them annoy me too much, but it does do me nothing, so we might switch DLSS off. Because it does look pretty... doesn't look the best. But Aristov is 1.3. We won't be caring too much about the trailers. We'll be caring a lot about the headlights that are closing in. Young doing a good job as well. And it's actually Shane Dumoulin that is behind the wheel of the FNM car. Now, every time we say FNM, I want to say 289. Is that the from Star Wars, Finn? Doing my true inner geek for that one. But yeah, Dumoulin is the driver behind the wheel. There is Jerome Jongen into the pits. So yeah, steady flow cars in and out of the pits at the moment. QRT back up to 8th position. They had a difficult start themselves, so the disconnects have been kind to them as well. After a cool start to the race, found themselves outside the top 15. Well away from where they qualified. That's them back up inside the top 10. Sure, yeah, Angel is a bit down the road. He's about to hit the Dottinger straight, so they should get back out in front and hold on to that position. See Angel's car. Yeah, it really is a bit difficult to see the cars clearly at night. We'll jump on board there. Yeah, so Song Angel, yeah, as predicted, Jongen back out the pits, maintains that position, and Angel, in fact, comes straight in, and it is Jerome Jongen that is back behind the wheel. That will be another stint. We'll try and get... So I'm trying to just juggle the volume as well. Hopefully that's okay. My microphone does seem to be a bit weird now and again. It's amazing, change absolutely nothing from the first broadcast, and yet everything's different. It's you got to love technology. Chris Warner, as I say, he's on his 6th stint at the moment, halfway through, as we're well through the halfway mark of the race, fast approaching 10 hours left. Benjamin Eck, the only car, not the only car to move sideways on the exit to the mini carousel, that is for sure. But the only car not to be lapped at the moment. I know it does say +1 lap, but it's because it's such a long lap, basically. But Chris Warner is, yeah, about the length of the Dottinger straight behind. So as soon as Eck crosses the line now, that will put him on the same lap, and then Warner will go on to the next lap. But Eck is on the Dottinger straight, exactly the same gap between Larson and Veldman, 68 seconds. with Zachary now 4 seconds behind Veldman. Oh, and Darryl Young's come into the pits. So was doing some phenomenal running. Matthias Kedzelia is on a charge as well. Jentel van Vielen not long out of the pits as well, within 0.7 of a second, and in fact I think he might already be passed. Nope. Nope, still giving chase. Let's jump on to this camera here and see if he actually has sight of Van Vielen. Yep, there we go. There's the tail lights just disappearing into the distance. Such an incredible roller coaster. You really do get a good view of just how much the track undulates and dips from this camera, and see how much work the suspension puts in. There is Party Central, not the lights that Kedzelia is looking for. That's a very quick pit stop as well. Where is Darryl Young straight back out again? He is. He's just come out of the pits. That's a blue flag Ferrari. He's got just ahead of him, but it is Young back out for a second stint. I can't say I'm massively surprised at that one. I think that is Cody Besseling in the Astro car. There's Larson in from 3rd place. Is that Cody Besseling? Yes, it is. Yeah, I'm sure they'll both be keen to get Darryl past before they get out into the countryside, and that is indeed done. That is Josh Staffen behind as well, so this is actually for position, although Besseling is in the pro. Staffen in the arms, but Staffen is absolutely moving down towards Advan Pogan. He's going to have a look up the inside, or is he? No, he's backed right out with this one. Cody Besseling not too close. Darryl Young's absolutely flown past him comfortably. There is Staffen, who looks the quicker of the two. The Aston has proved to be very impressive in a straight line, certainly from what I've seen so far this race. On the Dottinger straight, if that thing gets a sniff of the slipstream, it's taking the position. Besseling holding on to 19th overall though. Staffen, just getting a bit lively through turn 4 there. Although, given my inexperience and out inability to make it around this course, every single corner and curve absolutely freaks me out round here. Because they are hard work. Kedzelia into the pits. I could have sworn they'd just come in. But no, Kedzelia's in with Sandiev as well. De Silva in the pits from the Pro-Ams. Cody Besseling. That is a clean pair of heels now that Darryl Young's been blue flag past 13th place. He is moving. Really enjoying these conditions. 10 degrees, not the warmest for the tyres, that is for absolutely sure. It's a whole different kettle of fish with these temperatures. Being 65-minute stints though. They will be going for single stints, not many attempts at a double stinted tyres, I wouldn't have thought. Not unless you need to just fill in a little half-hour or 20-minute stint towards the end of the race. But we'll see, tearing through the countryside to go. Kedzelia still in the pits, could be on his brake change. Oh, and that is a stop-go, 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. Matthias Kedzelia. That is an absolute heartbreak as the 321 Mustang goes on through. That's Shalemetsev for the minus 0.3. But Kedzelia for simulation, stop go 32nd. That is an absolutely brutal one. Philip Breja coming into the pits. Another pit stop for Holdfast. And in fact, he's already on his way out. That was a very quick pit stop. So I just looked up to see if there was any rain on the horizon, but there isn't, so it's not just a splash and dash in case they're changing tyres. But yeah, very quick pit stop there from Brazia and the Holdfast gang. That's going to help them hold on to... And I tell you actually, if they had, a couple of their previous pit stops were about 15 seconds longer than the one that they've just taken. That would put them behind... Oh no, sorry, they are behind. They are behind, that just hasn't quite updated yet. So yeah, they did take a standard pit stop, and it has... yeah, put them a bit behind. That will update on there. I do love the timing tower on ACC. It really does update at such a useful rate. Oh, I need to put that to live chat. Let me just see if this is the event chat is no longer available. Ah. Okay, my apologies. There we go. I can actually see what everyone's typing in the chat now. Pop out chat. There we go. Mr. Trix. I'm new to sim racing, so a lot of new voices, so hard to keep track of who's on. Yep. Especially when we've got some... there's a fair difference in the accents as well. To say the least, Scottish, Scandinavian and Italian. Ian Thompson knows Tea in the Park was amazing. I do miss Tea in the Park. Tea in the Park at the start of June, and then the start of July, and then the Leeds Festival at the end of August. Is the summer diet of champions. Veloci in the chat. Come on, guys. Great racing and comms. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll be able to join the next race. Yeah, fingers crossed. Y'all would have been racing in the SRO today, Indianapolis 8 hours, I believe. Some of the drivers would have been in there, I think. How did you get on? Do let us know. But just to make sure, there we go. Evening. Just for anyone that doesn't have sound on, and is just keeping up to date visually with what we've got going on. As of course the coach Dave Delta Endurance 2024 series brought to you by Formula Racing League. Before today's race, 28 hours of racing had taken place over 5 races. 24 hours today takes us through the halfway mark and galloping on towards the penultimate few rounds. And it is, yeah, an absolutely incredible calendar that they've put together. Ooh, what's going on there? Bit of a moment. Okay, no apologies. I think this was just the pulled. Oh no, yeah, Darryl Young going off track, 4 wheels. Getting a bit lively through the stadium section there. The Wild Things driver's going a bit wild off track. Doesn't want to do that too often. That is not the track limits you should be looking for, I believe they say. Kadzaria's going to have to come in, of course, and serve that pit stop. That is going to be a painful one. Leclerc is certainly going to benefit from that quite hugely. The TSE Phoenixian car. About a minute down the road, Josh Stafford still hanging on at the back of Cody Besselink. De Jong is out now, the second place car. Craig Hill, back marker BMW. let's see what's going on there. Again, we've got a bit of a contrast filter on just to brighten things a bit. Oh, he was taking avoiding action. The 17 was in a full spin. Oh, now Craig Hill has himself a completely uncontrollable car. Oh, and we've got the wrong replay up, but this is Sergio Osorio. Or it's certainly the car that he has been. It is Sergio Osorio in the Porsche. Oh, all four wheels on the grass. Can't see that because of the trees. Oh wow, he's had did his brakes lock up there? Sorry, that was more of a question than an answer. And yeah, the BVB BMW. Mercedes. So yeah, they were facing the wrong way. It's Simon Mason, Major. Sean Major, sorry. Oh yeah, just touched those curbs the wrong way. And that's actually quite a survival. He survived quite well on that one, so that wasn't the incident we saw leading up to back marker having to take avoiding action. So the synopsis of what we've just seen, Nordschleife doing Nordschleife things to the cars. And the drivers finding out the hard way that those curbs really are higher than most that they'll have interacted with over a lot of racing series, that is for sure. I know those curbs at quite a few tracks get a bit of a hard time for the height of them, but certainly the Nordschleife, it's got some knee highs, that is for sure. Kinzelia is going to be in soon for this pit stop. Zachary in already for Vesta Sport. Another stint chalked off, and it's Francesco Ademu. So yeah, a lot of the drivers that are now out on track, if quite a few of them are the drivers that were here when I started the race, so they've done the same as myself. Opening 4 hours the race, off for food, a quick power nap, and then straight back for the night shift. To be fair, their job way more difficult than mine. I get to sit in a comfy chair. I'm watching them putting in all the hard work. Now Ademu back out in 5th position for Vesta Sport. Still a good chunk ahead of Shalometsev for minus 0.3 International of Racing Club. There is Matthias Kinzelia in for Simulation to serve that stop. Go Josh Staffen. Let's jump on board there because he is right on the back. What do we think at this time of night? Do we prefer this on board? Or this on board? I was going to say on board or outboard, but they both start with O. So in-house or out-house, what do we think? Oh, there we go, party time. Lots of lights flashing there as well, a bit of flash photography going on. The drivers didn't have enough to contend with. There is Leclerc comes into the pits for a stop as well. So too Craig Hill, the back marker BMW, finally making it back to the pits. I did labour this point earlier on in the broadcast as well. The Nordschleife, 15 miles of green hell. You make a mistake at the start of the lap, it's 15 miles before you can make it into the pit lane. That does not make it easy, I can assure you. Staff are doing a good job in the Aston, hanging behind the Bestlink at the moment. I think when we get onto the Dottinger Straight, we're going to see the Aston absolutely zip past, as we've seen quite a few times this race. Another driver that was out in the early stints, Marcus Eng, is back out behind the wheel of the Ford Mustang for Spectron Racing. Another team that had a difficult start. Good to see them still hanging in there and making headway up towards the top 10. We're going to stay on board with staff and all. Let's watch the rest of the lap. From there, as he is chasing down that Ferrari, we're going to see a few more cars come into the pits before these two get to the end of this lap into the full carousel. Oh, and that's a big mistake there by Besselink, Cody Besselink. Oh, and they've made contact on the exit. I'm not sure if Besselink's radar wasn't quite working there, but that definitely looked like Besselink turned in on him there. That was not the cleverest of moves. Besselink on the way out throws himself early all the way over the curves on the right hand side. Oh well, no, we'll let the stewards decide on that one. There is the race leader coming through, full code brown for Chris Warner up at the front of the field. That's not what he'd have been hoping to see. As we can see, that is the battle that he can see behind him. But yeah, certainly Besselink and Staffen making the slightest bit of contact there. It is Staffen that is now ahead of Besselink, so he is up into 18th position. That will reflect on the timing tower. Now when we get to the end of the sector, because for some reason it doesn't update as quickly as it should. One of the many mysteries. Oh, Besselink, the back of that Ferrari. Talk about a minor mystery. How has he kept that out of the wall twice? The back of the Ferrari absolutely trying to take Cody into the wall. He's having none of it. Oh! Wow. My apologies. It's difficult not to react like that. That was full on impressive. How he's managed to keep that out of the wall there. This is just the same incident again, so it's not actually going to show us what happened when he lost the back of the car. It does look like his back tyres are absolutely cooked though. We'll get back to the live pictures. And yeah, Josh Staffen, a lot of patience has been shown, and now it's a clean pair of heels. He is disappearing. Terrible camera angle on the Aston. But as they get onto the Dottinger Straight, I had surmised that Staffen could well find himself ahead thanks to the slipstream. He's found himself ahead thanks to the back tyres of the Ferrari. Oh, he's really struggling. Oh, now, yeah, he's got damage on the wheel. That's a lot of wiggling on the yeah. As a Ferrari driver, I can tell the signs. He's got a bit of damage in the car. There's something not quite right with the steering. It looks very light over those curves. Oh, yeah, you see the instability there as he brakes. Yeah, he's going to have to come into pits here. So I think the tyre issue has been compounded by some slight damage to the steering column. It must be it's not a lot of damage to the car. One of those innocuous little bumps that just sets your steering column off ever so slightly, and it's just so light when you're over the curves and so light when you go to brake. Besselink doing well to nurse it back into the pits where Josh Staffen is pulling in as well. He'll be hoping to get moving back out. That's absolutely spot on. I thought he'd gone a bit far in his pit box here, but nope, everything is fine. HypeX racing through the stadium section once again. It's not often you say this, but we are almost 14 hours in. The drivers have only done 97 laps. Yeah, when you're used to, I'm used to much higher numbers than that 14 hours into a race, I can assure you. But yeah, 97 laps so far for Warner and the team. Benjamin Eck, Formula Racing League in second, the only team not to be lapped by the race leaders so far. But they are getting closer. Can confirm Christopher Larson for Remnant Racing still holding on to the podium spot that Formula Racing League did once hold. Nico Feldman finds that car now in 4th place, although Francesco Adam through the mini carousel, full commitment. Almost fully at one with the wall as well. Oh, the back of that BMW really is. It never ceases to amaze me the way they manage to hang on to the back of these cars through some of these corners. But yeah, Admir again, as I was saying, Vestasport, a car that were on the podium themselves, so the disconnects have really not been kind to them. Firing along the Dottinger Straight to go. Got a decent gap over the Mustang behind, but when the next set of pit stops iron out, we'll see if that's still sitting at 14 seconds. Darryl Young for Wild Things, he was on a bit of a charge himself. He's got a good gap back now to Van Thielen and Elliot Watts, who's back out behind the wheel of the Porsche. Again, quite a few of the drivers that were out when the race started, all making reappearances. Chris Jones is back out behind the wheel. Osorio, Jan Barth, Marcus Eng, as I mentioned, Tobin, another one of the drivers here for the opening few stints. I know we're getting past the halfway mark, getting a few more in. The Mercedes does look and sound very, love the sound of the Mercedes. It is a car that can be enjoyed from any angle, absolutely gratuitous. Flying through the Schumacher S there, yep, the Assetto car. As I say, 20th position so far in the pros. Two of the arms ahead. Sergio Osorio in 26th position. Third place in the arms, and behind all of the pros, so all the pros squeaking up into the top 25 race spots. Sean Major still bringing up the rear for the BVB Mercedes. They've had a tough race, but they are absolutely hanging in there to the end. Jim Emanuelson out for the MT Motorsport car. New driver to the race for myself. The name of the driver is beautifully painted on the side of the car. It's always a nice touch when they do that. There's Chris Jones in the Honda once again. Nope, we'll go for that one. British Heart Foundation. I won't start that campaign again. But thank you very much to James for earlier. Sergio Osorio pulls into the pits. I thought I saw another couple of drivers coming in as well. Have just come out. Mateus Kazelia has had some kind of issue. They've been released. And they got stuck in the pits and had to disconnect. Let's just have a look at this replay while I check some. Have a look and see if they have disconnected. It's the FNM McLaren. That's just out the carousel. Not sure why that was a yellow flag, but yeah, looks like we've lost simulation. In fact, actually, yeah, now they were on Twitch as well, and I'm just having a look. They don't appear to be on at the moment. Hopefully they can get themselves back in. That's absolutely heartbreaking for them. 14 hours into the race. David Dvorak takes the wheel for Yellow Submarine. Tom Curtin's back out for Astro Racing Team B. Alexandra LaRocque is out for TSC Racing's Project D car, so they're back at the pits in second place. Gazelle Motorsport currently in the lead. Aristov comes in to the pits, followed in by more cars as well. That is the BMW of Team E-Trax, up to 26th place, so yeah, good race for them since after a difficult start. Francesco Adamu having a good opening to his stint as well, putting in some good sector times, getting those tyres warmed up as best he can. 10 degree 10 degree track temperature. That is yeah, not the easiest to get those tyres up to the temp that you need and keep them there, certainly. Neil Woodward, good evening, Mr. Raven, I love it. How's things? How's Team Limpets getting on? Now, Team Limpets, which one? Remind me. Would that be this one? Mark GG and the gang. Yeah, let me know. And we'll jump on and have a look. There's a few cars doing quite well. Chris Jones. Oh, that car has definitely been in the wars. He's got someone written on the back, actually. Right, yeah, we're going in. Flash if you have a small PP. We identify as Clio Cup. Oh, because of the commentator, the Honda. That's not going well there. As we've got another car coming through. That's one of the BMW. Yeah, the number 41. Yeah, that's what I thought. Sergio Nagan. Oh, Tom Curtin. Oh. Oh, and it sounds like the car that's just gone past is an incident as well. It's David Dvorak, so let's watch this from on board. Oh, comes down the corner and just trying to move out of the way. The Assetto car was holding its brakes. Definitely did not help the situation. Let's see if we can find out what happened with Tom Curtin. In fact, Nordschleife happened. We'll just use Forbidden Chase Cam once again. I know we're not a big fan of this camera, but in these conditions at this track, he's just run that bit deep. Oh, that's... yeah. That will do that to you. So, still incidents happening right down through the field. I did think that was the race leader that had gone past her in the BMW, but they have survived. Nico Feldman is into the pits. 35 seconds down on Christopher Larson, who's not long back out of the pits. So a great drive by the remnant team. They've really taken the bull by the horns since they've been given this podium spot. Melker Garby, one of the new admins at FRL, I believe, behind the wheel. But yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Pretty speedy, quick for a bunch of admins. Certainly putting my pace to shame, that's for sure. But it is, ooh, bit of a wiggle there for Garby. He was maybe just getting too involved in the beach there at the side of the course. Still full party time for everyone involved out there. But that is Garby getting involved in the race. Nico Veldman still in fourth for FRL. Darryl Young within 14 seconds of the car ahead of him once again. So he is closing in, and so too Olya Athor for the Crazy Squirrel team. Got Dumoulin firmly within the sight. Oh, sorry, gulping down some tea. Bear with me a second, just a quick rehydration required. Yeah, it does seem somewhat of an irony being in Scotland during the day, absolutely freezing. When it gets to night and broadcasting from the office, absolutely melting. There is the Advisor team coming into the pits. Jan Barth pulling in the Porsche. De Silva is already in the pits as well in the Ferrari, so they'll be back out in a moment as well. Damage free for the LFR car at the moment, it looks like. Now, they did have a bit of damage earlier in the race. They've kept it nice and clean since, by the look of it. So they'll be back out soon. Tom Curtin with a white flag. No, just a wheel on to the curbs. But yeah, big hit for Tom not so long ago. See if he can calm himself down again. Definitely the... it's so much easier to make a mistake worse just by losing your concentration, losing your confidence even. Even just for a corner or two, and then leads to another potential mistake. You really cannot afford them around this track. Seddon Tut is behind the wheel. So that's Warner, 6 stints so far. I believe Sparks has done the same. James Perry's actually been out as well. Tut only on their third stint, an all near 2-minute pit stop for the top 2 teams as well, so that'll be their brakes changed as well. Ready to go to the end of the race. We have Seddon Tut still out ahead. Melker Garby still the only car on track that hasn't been lapped yet. Jerome Jongen leaves the pits for QRT. Back-to-back stints for Jongen. Brescia not far ahead. Well, could be an interesting battle brewing there, although Brescia showed some phenomenal pace earlier on in the race to get the team back up to third. So we'll see who closes on who. Darryl Young closing on Athor, although Athor has picked up a bit of time. Curtin Tobin and Marcus Eng still on the verge of a battle. It looks like Jan Barth has handed over to Manuel Novak. Out for a stint for Advisor. I wonder if Jan is on the night. Oh! And that's an inauspicious start to the stint. He's going to have to hold his brakes to let another car go through there. Into the Schumacher S. The Porsche just suddenly getting all kinds of unstable. One of the few places we can use Helicam here. Oh yeah, that's just too far on that curb on the left. You touch the gravel, try and straighten the car up, and no. In short form, would be the answer that the back of the car gives back there. So Novak, not quite dropping a position, but has dropped a hat full of time. Oh, in fact, no, sorry, has. Oh yeah, of course, Craig Hill did go past. The back marker car has gone past. What am I talking about? My apologies. Craig Hill has gone through, so that has cost him a position. I did see what happened to the MSR car as well. They must have disconnected. Jan Barth, Manuel, good morning. How we doing, Jan? Yeah, Manuel, certainly welcome to the race. I'm sure it'll be absolutely solid. I'm tempted to take the filter off actually and just go for the cars in the full darkness and night. What do we think? Should we, why in the chat we think we should just, take the filter off? Although when I say that, yeah, you do have it running the way the drivers can see it. It is very, 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 very dark indeed. Indeed, Jan, good morning. Of course, it'll be, what, about 1:30 in the morning where you are. It's already 12:30 here. It's over an hour that we've been going already. We've got Sid Tut, the Hypex racing car, absolutely flying. They have not put a foot wrong, and if they have, it has not been spotted, and it's certainly not made any difference to the pace that they're showing up at the front of the field. As I say, they've lapped the entire field bar one car. Although, as I say that, I recognise that Larsson's only 10 seconds down on Garby, so I don't think, has Larsson been lapped yet? I'm not sure. Francesco Adami, though, has picked up a 10-second penalty for causing a collision, and we have a car stationary. Oh, it's the minus 0.3 international team. Car 321 from up in 6th position. Oh, wow. That's the second time we've seen a car have a similar mistake there. Or not even a mistake. Just the undulation of the track. Absolutely massacring the driver's attempt to get through. Oh, there's the jump downhill. Up through the right-hander, over the crest, down to the left. No wheels on the gravel there, just... Wow, unsettles, bottoms out, and good night to Vienna. That is a Mustang into the wall, and that's a fair bit of damage they're going to have as well. I think the only saving grace there is it is so close to the end of the lap. Tobin and Curtin are in the pits. Shilimentsev, I think, might be coming into the pits on this lap as well. I don't think there's much point in staying out around this course if you have got damage. It really is unforgiving, as we can see. Even with a perfectly healthy car, it's still very easy to go wrong. And yeah, unsurprisingly, pulls the Mustang in. Get some repairs on that. Tobin and Curtin both into the pits as well. So again, because of the length of the track and the stint timers, we are pretty constantly going to see someone in the pits. Sid and Tut catching up to more traffic pretty soon. But does have them pretty dotted out. Oh, and we've got another yellow flag. It's the BVB, Borussia Dortmund car. Oh, now is this... Oh, they've slowed down to try and get out of the way, put two wheels on the grass and ended up over-rotating. And, yeah, facing the wrong way. There's nothing worse. You can't do right for doing wrong in some situations. That's not where I meant to jump to, sorry. Nino Tobin is where we're going. Of course, yeah, northern Switzerland, so 1:40 AM. Yeah, it's getting that way. Where is my tissue? Yeah, do you have any more? Is that a wild Mr. Barth in the chat? It certainly is indeed. Do you have any more stints tonight, Jan, or what is your plan? Have you got yourself some time booked in bed? Joe Stammett out behind the wheel for LFR. making a debut under my watch. I think he's done a couple of successful stints earlier on in the race. When I wasn't about. But yeah, what's the plan, Jan? Are you back out behind the wheel soon, or is that you done for the night and then back in the morning? Still fastest lap for Sen Tut and the gang. We've got an 8:07.4. So yeah, not quite able to get as quick as they did in qualifying, but I imagine they'll have another crack at that as we see the track temperature increase. Okay, so we're heading back up a degree. Yeah, I'm sure the drivers will be more than happy to see that start turning up. Yes, I did 3 stints so far, so we'll do some more stints in the night and early morning. Absolute wild. Let's see. Oh yeah, because there's only 4 of you in the car, isn't there? Yeah, Petch, Novak, Karner and Barth. A few teams with 6 drivers. They're certainly more than grateful for the extra numbers. But yeah, 4 drivers. That's 6 hours each. If you're going to keep it as even as possible. So yeah, that is yeah, always fun trying to schedule that. We've got Christopher Larson getting to within 10 seconds of Melker Garvey, so good drive there so far. He is well into his stint, of course. Garvey not long out of the pits and did take a longer pit stop to get the brakes changed over. Larson will be doing the same on this stop as well, but still catching up handily at the minute, showing some good pace now. They've been gifted that spot back up in the top 5. Oh no, Melker Garvey! Oh, here comes the BVB Mercedes. Here comes. That is Larson. Larson is going to get past. Melker Garvey, welcome to the Nordschleife in the middle of the night. Let's see if we can catch what happened here. We'll start with Helicam. Is there going to be too many trees for us to see? Oh, that looked a bit twitchy. Oh. So the absolute slightest of twitches. He was in the middle of the road as well, there. And it leads to all this. Wow. Oh, and again, saving grace would be that it's at the end of the lap, although he's just started his stint. Is he going to come in and get that damage repaired? Oh, it doesn't look the handiest. Let's... Oh, yeah. The windscreen's looking battered and bruised. Oh, yeah, coming in to get the damage repaired. They're up in second place. Absolutely no way is it worth driving for any length of time with that level of damage. That's put Christopher Larson and Remnant Racing up in to second place, and that's going to reset both their stint timers. So Larson has been out for 41 minutes. He's coming in about 20 minutes time. Garvey's going to very quickly get his damage repaired. Might take on a bit more fuel because he's now going to be able to do 65 minutes because he's been into the pits. That's going to reset that stint timer. So might, as I say, take on a splash of fuel and just restart his 65-minute stint. in an attempt at damage limitation. Rain question says, Joaquin, hopefully, hasn't been so far. If anyone does feel like doing a rain dance, feel absolutely free. I would definitely encourage that. But none at the moment. Full cloud cover for the whole race so far, but no precipitation has fallen from the sky. The wind has been up and down as well, as low as 1 kilometre an hour, as high as 7 under my gaze. Sitting at 6 at the moment, but no rain so far, and no Audis, no Lexus, and no Audis. Can't say I'm massively surprised by the Lexus, but yeah, no Audis, and also no Bentley. I thought we'd see at least for Bentley. We do have a Honda, but yeah, no Audis, unfortunately. We do have Marcus King. Where is Marcus gone? There we go. He is finding good time over Dvorak ahead. There has been a couple of cars over the race being disconnected and reconnected. Had to reconnect to the server. So some of the positions are a bit up and down. So if you've gone away and you're coming back for later updates, it's yeah, quite a bit of change in. Anton Black back out behind the wheel of the -0.3 International Racing Club Mustang. It does look like he's still carrying a bit of damage there. I would assume they got that repaired, and it is just a graphical glitch. Melker Garby back out behind the wheel of a freshly repaired car. Still mercilessly mounting those curves through the arena section. Now, interestingly, oh, he's in 4th, and in fact, Nico Veldman's caught up to the back of him. Team FRL are about to have a battle through the Nordschleife. Wow, so that really was a big hit and some damage that he took. Who's in the 24? Who's this Darryl Young guy? Never heard of him. You know what? Me neither, actually. I don't know. He seems to be doing okay-ish, I suppose. He's not bad. He's not bad. Don't know. It's never. Name's certainly never come up before. It's not one that I'm familiar with. Literally self-confessed massive fanboy, Darryl. So I can't play along with that too much. How you doing, Declan? How are things? Going well for the team so far. 12th position. So good race so far. Certainly some ups and downs. The Wild Things Racing's having a wild ride, like most of the cars in the server so far. We'll keep an eye on Nico Veldman. Now, 88 seconds is obviously not long enough for a full lap. And yeah, they are right on top of one another. Team FRL, 4th and 5th place. And it's Veldman that's on a charge. Let's see which cameras. Yeah, that one seems not bad from here. Although the track map does take up a bit of space. Let's get it right. Let's do that. There we go. So yeah, FRL versus FRL. This is certainly not what Melker Garvey and the team were expecting from this stint, but this is what they have been served up, and this is what we have been served up. We're now less than 10 hours to go. The party is still wild at the side of the track. It's only 2 o'clock in the morning. That sounded like a plane overhead. Good to hear your commentary. Little recovery from us right now. Yes, indeed. It's quite the team you've got as well, to be fair. If you're going to be on a comeback drive, having the drivers that you've got. Ooh, Veldman just having a bit of a wobble there. A couple of teams on comeback drives. You know, Hayden Hart are in the team. They're on a comeback as well. And yeah, some of your race drivers just absolutely love it. You love winning races, but then, yeah, if you've got to charge your way back through the field, all the better. All the better. There's Marcus Singh. He's charging. Oh, he's just gone clean through the back of the Mercedes there. Surely, or was that a graphical glitch at our end? Let's have a look here and see. Yeah, aspects of that may be frowned upon by the stewards. I'd imagine there's going to be a ticket going in for that one. The Mercedes left absolutely wayward. Darrell Young, yellow flag. Oh no, he's just moved over to let some cars come into pits. It's Shane Dumoulin in for FNM. Nico Veldman, oh, this is still a fascinating battle though. 4th and 5th position. Adamu up to 3rd, back up to 3rd for Vestas Sport, and Remnant Racing back up to 2nd place. Let's get the good camera on them. Yeah, so Christopher Larson and Remnant Racing are up to 2nd place while we're concentrating, or certainly I was concentrating on the negatives that had affected some of the drivers up in the top 10. Let's talk about Remnant Racing. Their days of being outside the top 10 are a remnant of the past, it's safe to say. Up into 2nd place and absolutely flying along the Dottinger Straight. Now they do have the race leaders about to join them on the Dottinger Straight as well, but they are a fair chunk of change ahead of the Vesta Sport team. We've seen how quickly that can change around this track. Now it's certainly Melker Garby making that mistake, ended up in the pits just at the start of his stint to come in and get damage, and it's left the 2 FRL cars battling for 4th and 5th, while Philip Brescia, the Holdfast Motorsport team, they'd made their way back up to 3rd. Server Disconnects rejoined, see them back up into 6th position, and one of the quickest cars in the top 10 at the moment. Oh, the Crazy Squirrel team going crazy through. Oh, just on the exit, just as they were about to hit the Northslife there. So that is on the NGK chicane. Oh, that's a lot of sausage curb to take. Just going to state that right off the bat. But they survived all the way up to the turn-in. Oh, wow. I'd imagine that was a very confusing crash there for Olya Athor. That was a bizarre one. Let's watch that one again. Forbidden Chase Cam for the win. Really smashing that curb there. Lucky not to fully unsettle the car. It did wobble ever so slightly there, but plenty of time to correct it. Turns in here, and wow, the front left wheel on that curb. A touch of acceleration. A dab of bad luck, and it's a 180 spin. Followed by a stylish rejoin, but what that has done is brought Darrell Young right onto the back of Olya Athor. We're about to see some battling, and Dumoulin has gone past. Oh no, sorry, Dumoulin came into the pits. I do love the way the telemetry tower on this, but this is Young and Athor. This is a battle for position. So Young thrown right back into it. As soon as I joined the lobby, actually just got the move done on Matheus Kazelia, the Simulation Esports car, cruelly disconnected from the server after pulling into the pits. Young now got another BMW firmly within his sights, and Athor, if he's carried any damage at all, if that car is even marginally compromised, then Young will get this overtake done sooner rather than later. Melker Garby is back in the pits. Oh, Melker Garby is back in the pits. He's managed a total of 3 laps. We'll see how long he's in for. We'll see how long. We're going to stay on board with this one. Elliot Watts comes into the pits as well for another pit stop. But Darrell Young, I know Brogan and I in the chat were having a bit of a giggle, but yeah, it's safe to say I do know who Darrell Young is pretty well. I've had the pleasure of broadcasting several races that he's taken part in. And yeah, this driver's race IQ is just incredible. It is incredible. It's so difficult. It's a premise that is very much a mistaken one when you join, when you first start racing. You think as soon as you catch up to a car ahead, you can just instantly overtake them. That is absolutely not always the case. Catching up to them is only a tenth of the battle. The other 9/10 is actually finding that way past. But Messer Young here on screen, he is the type of driver, once he catches up, he will find that weakness very, very quickly, and he will craft out an overtake as soon as is humanly possible. We'll see if he can apply the pressure to Ollie Athor, who could be feeling the pressure themselves anyway after that uncharacteristic mistake. Although I say, the Crazy Squirrel BMW has had a few spins so far this race. The setup for this course must be so difficult with it being such a long course and the threat of rain over a 24-hour race. There's definitely going to be compromises being made. But Young at the moment keeping it just about close enough to do what he needs to get done on the Dottinger straight with the slipstream. And I'm not even going to apologise for the gratuitous amount of time we spend on the front right camera on the BMWs and Aston Martins. Oh, through the carousel they go. Oh, the BFEB Mercedes. Oh no, sorry, it's just that's a yellow flag, but I believe, yeah, they've just pulled over to let more cars through. So they've not actually had an incident, thankfully. Ooh, big rotation, Young absolutely catching. Oh, as they head down through Brunchen, one of the most popular tourist parts of the course. They'll certainly not be doing any sightseeing here. It's BMW on BMW in the fatherland. This looks fun. Hang on, I need to focus from the man himself. Nice. Oh yeah, this is fully focused. I mean, there's barely enough width to get one car through this course, never mind two side by side, especially when they're as big as the BMW. Young all over the back, really applying the pressure. If he was waiting until they got on the Dottinger straight, the car ahead is making that a bit difficult, losing a bit of time. Oh, give me the damage. Athor again runs ever so slightly deep, only a few bends to go before we're on the big straight. Young just hanging on at the back, just trying to stay out with the back of the BMW ahead at the minute. Athor not looking solid at all. Znotins ahead pulls into the pits. The campsites do look absolutely incredible. Oh, that's a good run through the mini carousel by both drivers, and here we're going to see some slipstream extraordinaire. BMW versus BMW. He climbs right into position already. Perfectly poises the head onto the Dottinger straight, then surely Athor going to fall foul of Darrell Young's straight line speed there if he does have any damage whatsoever, and he must do. Look at the difference. Absolutely sailing on past. They're going to be side by side, not quite fully sailing on past. Oh, a little bit of a nudge on the way. He's holding a straight line. Oh, the Crazy Squirrel moving over to the right hand side. They need to hold in a straight line. There's only so much squeeze you can do. Multiple contacts there on the straight from the Crazy Squirrel team. They have moved over to the left. Big move to the right by the Crazy Squirrel car. That's caught out the Wild Things car as well, and they've managed to survive that. That was some interesting decision making by the cars on screen there. I'm not sure. Yeah, Athor, I'm going to assume was carrying damage because that looked... Yeah, that's an interesting one from on board Athor, actually. Yeah, so I'm not sure if that was netcode that we were seeing or what. We'll let the stewards work that one out, but certainly that's for Ollie Athor in the pits. Darrell Young comes into the pits as well. Didn't have any damage. It was the end of his stint though. So that's the end of this stint for Young. We'll see if he's on a triple. He's just done the last two. There's the Crazy Squirrel car pulling into the pit. Some crazy action between the two of them. Rafael Kanika is out for Cronus Racing Team. He's taken over for us. Not-ins. They are still inside the top 10. Benjamin Eck is back out for the FRL car. Melker Garby has handed over the wheel to Benjamin Eck. They're back out in 6th position, so I'm not sure Garby was massively comfortable behind the wheel. Certainly a couple of incidents and a couple of spins. The stint was not going his way there. Christopher Larsen comes in from 2nd place. Ademi 90 seconds behind and with a 10-second penalty. So yeah, Remnant Racing looking very good for them at this stage of the race. 2:17 local time. It really is getting dark out there. The race leaders, they're on the Dottinger Straight once again. They've had a phenomenal race so far. Get a good look all around the BMW. Looking at the stint timer, yeah, Tut's got quite a few more laps to go before he thinks about coming in. Carl van Hoorn, the Mercedes we saw caught up in an incident not too long ago, now catching up to their teammates. So the Astro Racing team and Team B car, the Ferrari and the Mercedes, getting very close to one another, and I imagine this will be a quick interaction, although Team Pride will be on the line as well. Team B are ahead. I'm sure they'll be keen to continue that. They did a Van Fuhr. Yeah, that was quite interesting on the straight there. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the stewards say about that one. Wow. This course is incredible. Van Hoorn 1.1 seconds down on his teammate. Marcus Eng is into the pits. Thomas Wegemans is out behind the wheel. Where is Wegeman? Timon Wegeman, sorry. Oh, wow. He's in the Gazelle Motorsport car, of course. They're 2nd place in the AMS at the moment, and have been for the vast majority of the race. Oh, Manuel Novak's had a moment. Oh, he's had multiple moments. In the stadium section again. So Warsteiner heading down towards Advan Bogan. Oh, a bit of a stop-start on the replay. And yeah, that wasn't actually a yellow flag. Let's see if this one is. Uh-oh. Yep, the car got untipped on the curves there. He did manage to right it. Oh, whoa. Yeah, and that'll do it. 3 wheels. So that was 2 wheels on the tarmac, 1 wheel on a curb and 1 wheel on the grass. Can confirm that will equal a full-on spin. We've got overtakes attempts as well. Alex Curto is out for the Wild Things, and they are behind Crazy Squirrel. So despite going into the pits ahead, Crazy, they've come out behind. We've got yellow flags every place. Sanders Jacobs. What's going on there? Sander Jacobs has had multiple yellow flags since coming out of the pits. They've had some damage. We'll jump back on board with the Wild Things battle very, very, very shortly. Well, that was interesting on that straight, quote D. Young. That is one way to describe what we saw, yes, interesting. So yeah, so a few incidents for the 42. Let's have a quick look at them. Our Clio stickers, because 2 of our drivers have never done ACC before. Ah, they came from rFactor 2 just for this race. Wow, there we go. Just on a double stint, that was hard work. Yes, agreed. It's the North Side. Oh, wow. So Sender Jacobs trying to get out of the way of another one of the cars here, finding himself all kinds of off tracks. Where is the Honda gone? That's not the Honda. Oh, it's Alan Palmer that's behind. There we go. Christopher's not. Oh, it's not ends. Good evening. Done with racing for today. Dead, and it's 3 AM. Good luck for the others and the streamers. Christers, thank you very much. Congratulations on some successful stints. I believe 9th place. There we go. Sorry, that was stuck there. But yeah, it's Cronus Racing. There they are there. There's Sanders Jacobs actually coming into the pit. Oh, a bit of damage he's got there. Not the longest of stints, but that is a healthy chunk of damage that he's got. Hey, Christers, yeah, enjoy the bed. From dead last after all the damage, so not bad. Not bad at all. It's an ill wind that blows nobody some good. And certainly the Cronus team have definitely been up and down. So yeah, phenomenal drive. Great to see the teams hanging in there despite some of their difficulties. So yeah, enjoy some well-deserved rest, Christers. And yeah, we'll no doubt see you back behind the wheel before the 9 hours and 41 minutes of racing expires. Sanders Jacobs, that is a long... Oh, of course, they need to change brakes in these races. So that'll be what they're getting done on this stop. That's Jacobs on his way back out. Karnak is closing in on the Advisor Porsche ahead. Going to jump back on with Alex Curto though. The battle between Crazy Squirrel and Wild Things Racing continues. And in fact, what I'm going to do is there damage on that car. Ooh, that almost looks like a little bit of damage there. Hopefully it's not though. What I'm going to do, I'm going to have a very quick pit stop myself. I may have drank a bit much tea for the start of my broadcasting shift. But if anyone is watching and has been since the start, please do make sure every now and again you get up, you move about, get the blood pumping, stay well hydrated. Self-care is absolutely the most important thing. And yeah, I'll leave you with this battle between these two, and I will very quickly freshen up my glass. Take a quick pit stop, and we will continue the coverage. Back in a moment. Stay with that 69 car. I want a piece when I get back in. I'm not even going to brutalise Daryl's accent by attempting to do it, but yet, not I can imagine he does like to get an overtake done. Fierce competitor, absolutely love it, absolutely love it. Said and Tut, his team will be absolutely loving his work up at the front. It is very reminiscent to the rest of his teammate, quite frankly. 46 minutes into this stint, so might see another lap. Oh, and that's the Team E-Track's car. I've had a bit of an issue. Oh man, I say a bit of an issue. I think that was a cop. I think they have just been collected there, unfortunately. I said and Tut sails on through. Craig Hill flashing in and out of the pits. Andrea Conceda out for the back market BMW. Oh, Carl Van Hoorn. Picked up a stop go 30-second penalty. And he's just out of the pits. The penalty is coming thick and fast. Philippe Breja did come into the pits as well. Thoughts on the TSE liveries? Love them. Big fan. I do like the pastel type colours. They're nice and different, and I do like the Mario references as well, because I am well, I was born in the 70s, so I grew up with a Nintendo. But yeah, we did have a look at this one earlier. I love the colours, especially seeing them at night. In fact, I really want to take the contrast filter. I will take the contrast filter off before I finish so I can see them in their full glory. If there is anyone who wants to look at any of the other liveries, please do. Just shout up, chuck a please in chat. Always more than happy to facilitate. As far as I'm concerned, making these liveries is more difficult than driving the cars, quite frankly. It is a ridiculously difficult proposition. So yeah, always happy to give them a bit of limelight. We've gone a bit low there. I was trying to be a bit clever, but we'll go. So yeah, great look at the livery and the work that the suspension's doing. And the tyres as well, you can actually see. Oh, you can see the tyre moving, you can see the yellow line deforming as it tries to adjust for the tyre wall being dragged left, right and centre. In fact, every place but centre around this course, you would say. It does look very good, and of course that is Leclerc's, and then we've got Alexandra Larocque, who also has one of the Paper Mario liveries. So again, let's go and have a quick nosy. Same car, just with the different driver name, of course, on the side. Sculptura, Larocque and Gordon. Just in time for them to come into the pits. Incredible sounding car, so they are. We'd love to hear your opinion on 162. Says, it's me, Dio. Well, if you would love to hear my opinion, then my opinion you shall have. I do really like this car. It kind of reminds me a bit of a Retro's 80s thing. It's almost like it's going for a 3D look. But yes, I do like it, the red and the blue. I do indeed. I'm loving the writing as well. That couldn't have been easy to do, to line that up on the different panels. The LFR, not an easy thing to do, and we're loving the colours as well. Tucked in there for the flags. Hopefully the driver's not listening and we're putting them off. That would be the... Would I be right in thinking that is the Dutch Lion? For some reason I do get the feeling that is the Dutch Lion. I could well be mistaken. So yeah, very nice livery as well. Sure. Ah, Luxembourg. I really should have known that. Apologies. Yep. Luxembourg. So there we go. Yeah, all the liveries on display. But welcome in. It's me, Dio, as well. Welcome into the chat. We've got Vico Veldman back up into second place with the pit stops signing themselves out. Henry Handy behind the wheel of Remnant Racing. Only 6 seconds down. So they'll retake that second place, of course, when Veldman comes in to take his next mandated pit stop. Ollie Athor has been overtaken. Alex Curto has gone against team orders. Darryl Young's next quote will be something along the lines of, "Slow down, let him back past. I want to overtake him, please, thank you very much." 24 is now ahead of the 69, yes. That was what I was just catching up. Alistair. Luxembourg Formula Racing. Okay, we main race F1 cars and do this as a fun side project. Nice. Oh, well, there you go. Luxembourg Formula Racing, welcome in. Mainly race F1 cars. Have you tried the F4s on Race Room, and what is your opinion on them as an open wheel fan? What's your thoughts on the F4s on Race Room? Because for me, they are the greatest open wheel experience you can get. Declan broken, yep. As soon as I mentioned those potential team orders, yep, Curto's been told. Don't get too far ahead. We want to engage in that battle somewhat longer. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Nico Veldman, as I say, in second place, but it's all about said and tucked at the moment. The team have, again, been absolutely flawless. He's going to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. Their stints have been like absolute clockwork so far as well. 57 minutes and some change for every single stint so far. I haven't tried them yet. Right, okay, no problem. Well, if you do like open wheels, I can confirm F4s on Race Room really are good fun. Very good open wheel racing. So, yeah, give it a try and let us give us your opinion. Veldman, as I say, ahead of Handy by virtue of the pit stops. Handy's been out for 20 minutes. Veldman is going to be in. He's on the same strategy at the moment as the race leaders. Benjamin Eck and the team were there or thereabouts, but multiple pit stops in the space of 3 laps have seen them drop out of top 3 contention for the moment. Zachary did come in and get those brakes changed as well. So they are back out in 4th, having a good run at the moment as well. Josh Staffen. Oh, consider. Oh, because Carl Van Hoorn has had to come in to serve that penalty. Where else was I looking? A bit further down. Sean Major back out for the BVB team. If I remember after this all-nighter. Fair point, well made, good sir. Emmanuel Sent. Just sees another car going past. Alan Palmer in the same boat. We've got Mark GG coming in to the pits. Where has he gone? There he is. He's gone into the pits. The Formula Racing Pole. There's the Cronus car coming into the pits as well. Kanika behind the wheel of that one, putting Sanders Jacobs back ahead of them. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse between those two. Martin Ulrich is taking over for Hold Fast Motorsport. They were on the podium, now running 7th place, so we'll see how far back up the field they can get before the end. Still got plenty of time and talent to make their way back up through the field. Curto is definitely going off script. He's put nearly 3.5 seconds between himself and Athor. Starting to make some inroads on that 30-second gap to Verona ahead. Now Verona has been out almost twice as long as Athor and Curto. So yeah, the gap will close when Verona comes into the pits. And in fact, might just put Curto ahead. Yeah, this is a battle between these drivers and these teams for 11th at the moment. Jabadal is a fair bit up the road, but we'll see how the rest of the race plays out for them as well. Veldman still 8 seconds ahead of Handy on track, but again, going to lose that when they come into the pit. Just coming through the mini carousel. And yeah, on to the Dottinger Straight again. Definitely going to be coming into the pits on this lap. Been out for 57 minutes, so this will be one of the longest stints that they've put in actually, but of course the 65-minute stint timer meaning 8-minute lap means you need to come in, make sure you're in well before that 65 minutes is up, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Full steam ahead. Through that timing line he goes. And in fact, where is Veldman? I expect Veldman. Oh yeah, so Veldman is now officially a lap down. Yep, flying into the pits, only just missing that pit wall, heavy on the brakes there. Wouldn't be too detrimental to their lead if they did get themselves a penalty for speeding in the pit lane, but it wouldn't be one that you would be too keen, just in case. The Crazy Squirrel team back into the pits. Now that's an early one, they've only just... that was very weird there as the driver swapped. It looked like they disconnected, but they've not, as Dmitry Smirnov is now behind the wheel, so they've gone for a driver swap. Yeah, although 69 dropping into the pits, that definitely puts that into a different battle at the moment. I think that brings, Rombat into this one. Oh, we've got drivers up the top. Yeah, Veldman into the pits. Seddon tucked back out. Back-to-back stints for Seddon. First time in the race. Henry Handy stays out and unlaps himself against the leader temporarily. Or, yeah, kind of unlaps himself. He's got back ahead of the lead car just. But back up in the second place, more importantly for them, back ahead of Nico Veldman in the Formula Racing League car as they have come into the pit. Zachary is just exiting the Dottinger Straight and passing the pit lane, so we'll go past Veldman. Oh, it's going to be a couple of games of leapfrog all the way to the end for some of these cars if they keep this up. There is definitely positions up for grabs. Martin Ulrich, as we said, in 6th place. Let's see where Veldman, there he is. It's Tugbert Bademke who's out behind the wheel for this stint. That is on fine, perfecto. Wow, that was a long stop for Kanika and the team. 3 minutes. Team Cronus, that's the longest brake change I've seen. That's, I'm going to guess that's some kind of other issue. There is... Kanika. Yeah, so Cronus, an absolute monster of a pit stop there. 3 minutes, in fact, so that's put them between Wild Things and Crazy Squirrel. We'll see how far. Oh yeah, so Crazy Squirrel a fair bit down, so the exit pit stop has cost them a whole hatful of time. Alex Curto now 34 seconds down on Verona, so losing a bit of time to Verona ahead. Sander Jacobs with a slight yellow flag there. Maybe just getting a bit liberal with the track limits. That might have been a bit of a warning. Sedentut flying through the countryside, just making his way past some blue flag traffic again. That's one of the TSE cars, I believe it is indeed. One of the Astons. Now we've still got the BVB. William Glover is behind the wheel. He's taken over from Sean Major. The Mercedes definitely not had the easiest of runs so far, but most definitely hanging in there magnificently at the moment. Emmanuelson just ahead for MT Motorsport. Alan Palmer, as I mentioned, in the long smile car. There is Joe Stammett for the Luxembourg Formula Racing team. See, I know that now. Endurance team, sorry. F1, their main diet. Into the pits at the moment, though. Team E-Tracks. I see 6 or so drivers that they've got, all sharing one sim rig at a university. All jumping in and out of the rig. 26th position, Sven Corving, the Limpets team, as they're affectionately known in FRL circles, in 25th, but still 3rd place in the AM class. That's 9th place just behind them. Of course, 2nd in the ARMS, it is Josh Staffen in the TSE car, and it's Tymon Wegmans for Gazelle Motorsport that are currently leading, but that will change when Wegmans takes his next pit stop, unless there has been some kind of issue. Yeah, no, it's pit stops. Yeah, Staffen's just come out. He's been out for a lap. Wegmans has been out for 4. So yeah, that is all about the pit stops. There is Assetto Team Racing. They're just out of the pits after a penalty as Manuel Novak for Advisor in 21st in the pros. Pulls into the pits. Canseda for back marker. Another team that have been up and down this race. They've got Stanislav Hunade for the Yellow Submarine squad ahead of them. 19th place in the pros so far. The lights going in the background. Tom Curtin, of course, for Assetto Team B, with Marcus Eng for Spectron Racing. 17th position they've got at the moment. Said still got the Aston firmly behind. Henry Handy has the race leader, looking to put that lap back up on them again. Full respect for car 17. The sheer power of Will deserves a reward. It most certainly does. Fabian Karner will now drive after him. Oh, Jan's on for a double after Fabian's done a stint. I have to be honest as well, not only the commitment, the livery they've put together is, yeah, certainly not to be sneezed at. Looks very good indeed. I do hate the way it does that. We're on the bonnet camera, there we go. Hopefully there's a few other fans watching. I take back my statement, just kidding. So what team do you support, Dio? I'm sure, is that Borussia Dortmund? Was it themselves? They went undefeated, lost the last game of the season, which was a final. I know Bayer Leverkusen and Borussia Dortmund both did wonderful things. One won the league and one went undefeated. I can't remember which one was which. But yeah, definitely the sheer willpower has to be absolutely commended. They've had more than their fair share of trips into the pits, but again they are hanging on in there. And I tell you, yeah, they're putting in a fair number of stints as well. William Glover, who's out at the moment, he's done a few so far. Sean Major squeezing in quite a few there as well. Great effort all round by the whole team. Let's see how Benjamin X getting on. It's his FRL teammate that he's trying to catch up to. Bedemke at the moment in 4th position. Handy and Zachary both retaking those 2 podium spots. Martin Ulrich for Holdfast. Just going past the number 17 is catching up very handily to Black ahead. In fact, we'll see 1.2 seconds. We'll see if Black catches sight of the headlights. Not quite at the moment, so we will see him when he gets on to the Dottinger straight, but not until he's well on there. Won't be giving up any slips. He's almost run himself a bit too deep there. It looks like we might have a battle for the top spot in the arms at the minute. Josh Staffen. And Tymon Wegemans. And in fact, yeah, that is a very good drive by Staffen. He's got back ahead. He's only just come back out, so I'm not sure if Wegemans has maybe had an issue on that lap, actually. Now, yeah, so the Gazelle Motorsport car were in the lead of the AMS by virtue of the fact they had another pit stop to. They've still got a pit stop to take compared to. Oh, wow. That is a big off-track moment. The race leader going past there. So that has put Staffen and TSE firmly in the lead. Wegemans had that pit stop. Will now need to come in and get damaged, so they're going to be limping back to the pit lane on. They're just at the start of the lap as well. So he is going to finish out his stint despite the damage. Tom Curtin coming in, Sender Jacobs with another yellow flag there. In fact, I think he has. He's just been overtaken by Javidal. Sanders Jacobs is really struggling. There's suddenly an almost infinite list of incidents for car number 42. Let's see if we can catch sight of what started this. Well, there we go. While going in a straight line, the back tyres just let go, and that's yeah, that's caused Jacobs no end of problems. That's been Javidal And the FNM team back up to 8th. Verona's got ahead of Jacobs as well. Oh, it's warm. Yeah, so Jabadal, Bulak is in the pits. Jabadal up to 8th. Verona is ahead. Alex Curto now only 39 seconds down on Sander Jacobs. And if Jacobs is carrying damage, that time is going to absolutely hemorrhage. Oh, it's actually really difficult to see in this light if he is carrying damage. Yeah. Oh, and there's a BMW facing the wrong way. And that's Verona. And then Jacobs has made a mistake. They're all making mistakes all over the place. Let's see. In fact, so I think this is Verona. Oh, taking some avoidant action there. A bit of netcode from the Advisor car. Oh, he's tapped him in the rear and ended up in the wall. So that's the first incident, and then Verona involved. He's stationary again. Him and Sander Jacobs are having an absolutely torrid time at the minute. So is the replay having a torrid time, trying to keep up. Let's go to chase cam just so we can see. Oh, it's that dip again. Oh, he's braked just before it come around the corner. And the Ferrari is facing the wrong way. Wow, it's all kicking off in the midfield. Sanders Jacobs with another yellow flag. More tyres on the grass, unfortunately. But that's put Verona ahead. Confirmed Jabadal definitely ahead. Alex Curto is going to be absolutely flying now. That gap between Curto and Jacobs is nowhere near 39 seconds, I can tell you that. I would not be surprised if Curto was ahead of Jacobs by the end of the Dottinger straight, because he's only just catching him. In fact, he's got him before they even started. But oh, he's lost the back again. Jacobs has got so little control and so little traction with those back tyres. He's facing the wrong way, and Curto has sailed past. That's Sanders Jacobs. Absolutely all at sea at the start of the Dottinger straight. Here comes Kanika going to go past as well. Oh, Marco Zaccari is yellow flagged. The Vesta Sport car. Oh, has been involved in quite a few incidents very recently. What is going on? Wow, there's no rainfall and the track temperature has slightly increased. Oh no, the car just... That's it. Is that a technical failure? What on earth is going on there? That is... so bizarre. Zaccari has been overtaken. Benjamin Eck has gone past. Oh, and we've got more cars stationary. Anton Bulak has just been involved in an incident as well. Car 321. What's going on there? There is so much going on. Now, is he just trying to take avoidant action from something? Oh, he was. Oh, MT Motorsport have binned it. So MT Motorsport have binned it, and Berezovsky's come round the corner and slammed into the side of him. Nothing he could do there. Benjamin Eck is past Zaccari convincingly, so Zaccari really is carrying a lot of damage. Martin Ulrich really is going to be closing that distance now. We've got another, and Berezovsky's only just behind the wheel of the car as well. He's only just taken over from Anton Buda. Smirnov has gone past Jacobs and Verona when they're in the pits. Jacobs in there, unsurprisingly, a little bit longer, getting that damage repaired. Rombat comes in. Jacobs still in the pits. Domenico Bellotti is out behind the wheel of the Astro car. Fabian Karner is out as well. Seton Tutt is still flying up at the front. He's just gotten himself past Henry Handy to put that lap back up on the car in second place. The slipstream along the straight to help him with that one. Bedemke is in third place. Then it is Benjamin Eck in fourth, Zakari in fifth place, Ulrich in sixth, Berezovsky in seventh, Jabadal in eighth, Kurto in ninth place. That will update in a second, and Rafael Kanika now rounding out the top 10. What a crazy few minutes that was. That is a lot going on, a lot to iron out, and a lot that's going to shake out in the pits. Oh, Nino Tobin has just done himself an accident as well. Oh, and the back of the car just stepping out, and that's it, game over. Headlights parked directly on the BMW sign. Xander Jacobs is still in the pits. William Glover off track. So much going on right over the course at the minute. Xander Jacobs has been in the pits for an absolute eternity at the moment. Getting to 3 AM. We'll start to get some light soon. Let me just check on. Yeah, Jacobs, even with a brake change, that is still a very, very, very long pit stop indeed. Let's just grab some. And there is the Ari coming into the pits for Vesta. That'll be another one looking to get some damage repaired. Oh, and that is some serious damage. There goes Martin Ulrich sailing on past. Hold fast back up to 5th position. Sander Jacobs is handed over to Hajo Horman. They're back out in 15th position. That was a meaty pit stop there. Almost 3 minutes. Yeah, Horman behind the wheel. Number 73 could slow down a bit and have a bit of a battle. I don't watch much football, I just love messing with football fans. Alright, okay. Number 73. Oh, Team E-Tracks. Yeah, they 26 at the minute. Currently in 4th. Although, let's face it, when you're at the Nordschleife, yeah, you don't generally need to do anything to encourage getting slowed down. The track will find multiple ways of doing that for you. That is for absolutely sure. Such a fascinating dynamic up at the front. Henry Handy in second place here. Tugbert Bedemke's only been out for 28 minutes on the same strategy at the moment as the race leader. So they're going to be pitting at the same time. Handy's going to be in less than 20 minutes. With a 53-second gap. So yeah, Bedemke is definitely still chasing for second, and by that regard then actually, so too is Benjamin Eck. We'll look at that, he's only 5 seconds down on Bedemke. So yeah, it's going to be fun to see how that one plays out. Van Thielen is closing up on Ericsson as well. There's only 4.5 seconds between those two at the moment. So yeah, ever-growing battle in that regard there as well. Horman is he's not as far down as that time would suggest, I don't think. I think we need to wait on the timing lines to have gone through. Sam Simon into the pits for LFR. They'll be making another driver change. Oh no, I'm sure someone in the chat said they were on a double. Kieran Leeson is out for MT Motorsport. He's taking the wheel from Emmanuelson. Still William Glover out for BVB. Alan Palmer still out for the Long Smile team. And Sven Corving has taken over for the Formula Racing League Porsche. Less than 9 hours to go, where the clock is fairly ticking. That is just past 3 AM local time. So yeah, so the in-game clock I think is running exactly the same time as Europe, or at least very close. Very, very close. I did want to. Oh yeah, 8th place have just come into the pits. That's Jabadal. In fact, Berezovsky has come in and is on his way straight back out again. There was a Ferrari just exiting the pits there as well. Jabadal in the pits. And, I think they might have just teleported to the pits there actually. That was, yeah, they were only just out on track a moment ago. But yeah, Jabadal into the pits. The battle inside the top 10 really is going to go right down to the wire. Benjamin Eck now 2.7 seconds down on FRL. Sister car being guided by Tugbert Bademke, who's 54 down on 2nd place. They're all a lap down on the race leaders. Hypex really have put in some absolutely solid stints so far. And yeah, a well-deserved lead they've got at the moment, being like absolute clockwork. Their pit stops, their stints. Yeah, they have put a foot long so far. Eck is catching sight of his teammate. Can he get close enough to get within the slipstream on this lap? He's going to need a fairly decent effort. Although, in fact, sorry, as I'm saying that, I'm looking at the stint timers. Benjamin Eck is going to be in at the end of this lap. So yeah, Tugbert Bademke is only halfway into his stint, not even halfway into his stint. So yeah, Benjamin Eck is coming in, so Bademke is going to hold on to that 3rd position for quite some time, and Martin Ulrich is going to find himself 40 minutes into his stint, so he's going to close the gap. He could be right on the back of the 331 when they come out of the pit at the end of this lap. We'll see how close he does get to Bademke. I believe he's just chasing those tail lights. There they are there. Just as they get onto the straight, we'll get an interesting read of the time. As I say, Eck is going to have to come into the pits at the end of this lap to clear that 65-minute stint timer. I'm sure Bademke will be eternally grateful, because Eck definitely was, or definitely is, firmly reeling him in at the moment. Very good drive. Oh wow, I thought he was coming in. I thought Bademke was coming in the pits as well. I was going to say that would be a huge mistake if he was. A couple more cars coming into the pits. Neil Eriksson guiding in the Porsche Manthe Shumi Skins machine. I do love that dragon on the side of there. Very nice. And Tymon Vegemans is into the pits as well for the Gazelle Motorsport car. 2nd place in the AMS. And yeah, 19th position overall, but in for another pit stop. Looks like it's going to be the same driver coming back out again. Let's see. Yeah, Benjamin Eck, we knew he was. We saw him coming into the pits already. That's 100 laps reached and breached finally, 108 in fact. So that was quite some time ago. And Sen Tut still got this magnificent lead. 26 minutes into his stint. So still plenty of time to work his magic. Got a couple of cars ahead that could potentially... Oh well, yeah, he'll definitely be blue flagging past them as again. I think that is Henry Handy, yeah, just behind him in the BMW. They really have put in quite the race so far. Melker Garvey back behind the wheel, so it was a driver swap then for Benjamin Eck and the team. That's Garvey back behind the wheel. Didn't have the best of outings the last time. Let's see if he can settle this one down and see how close, in fact. Or in fact, are they already through? Martin Ulrich is already passed. Yes, just out ahead. Fear nothing motto, we vibing! Haha! Remember, there's a streamer called 100 Proof Guy. And he used to have a little tune that he did when he was vibing. I used to love watching his stream when he was doing that. Yes, but the Fear Nothing motto, of course, 9th position at the minute. Timothy Jabadal behind the wheel. Another very good livery. Let's have a look at this one. That is a very nice livery. But yeah, top 10 at the moment. So Fear Nothing motto, are you absolutely covered? Oh yeah, all the cars are absolutely brutalised. It looked better before, we promise. I will absolutely take your word for it after, what is that now, 15 hours of racing? Especially around a track like this, there's a lot of gravel, dust, rubber, all kinds that get flung up against the paint job. But yeah, it does look very good. So are you one of the drivers, Fear Nothing motto, or is this a group account, or are you the team manager, are you the brains behind the operation? Do let us know. There's Melker Garvey, 4.7 down on Ulrich, so Ulrich did get ahead while they were in the pits. Ulrich's been out for 45 minutes, going to be in the next 20 minutes. So again, it's going to be another leapfrog of position. Jabadal looking to do the same as well. 5.5 seconds down on Curto. I tell you, some of those incidents in the last 5-10 minutes really have changed the landscape of quite a few. Yeah, that is what will happen when you're racing a 16-mile long track. Team manager. Excellent, and this is your group YouTube. Nice, nice, nice. So I take it you're oh, Marcus Ing. Oh, the Spectre Racing Mustang is facing the wrong way entirely. Let's see. Of course we didn't catch that. Of course that wasn't an incident. Why would that have been an incident? It's almost like I'm completely fed up with the broadcasting software. But we'll watch and see what's happened here at Marcus Ing. Forbidden chase cam. Oh, it's through the carousel. Oh, he's left that a bit early. Yeah, if you exit the carousel early, you will enter the wall at high pace. And yeah, it might say Harbour Desert on the side, but that most definitely was not sweet. Marcus Eng then dropping a position as well. 18th place, Josh Stafford. We'll be sailing on through. We've got more cars into the pits. It's Alex Curto for the Wild Things Racing. Up to 9th place for the Wild Things. Jabadal though takes 8th position for the FNM McLaren. I thought it was FN McLaren, but it's not. It's Fear Nothing Motto McLaren Endurance. There we go. Mr. Trooks, all hail the chief. Ah! Ding dong. Yeah, so Mr. Tricks, are you one of the drivers? Am I getting that even remotely correct? TRIUX91? If you were, I would guess you were Tyler McCulloch. That would be my best guess. But you may just be a fan, but you may have also mentioned that earlier. But yeah, good to see you all in here cheering on the drivers. Timothy behind the wheel. Just hanging out with them. Nice. Just a fan of the team. It seems like a good team to follow as well. Running very well at the moment. Ah, okay. Wow, so there we go. That is, yeah, what are the chances of that? Picks one of them, team principal Tyler. So you'll be behind the wheel as well, Tyler. At some point, which obviously you'll be fully aware of, being the team manager. That was more for my information there. Darryl Young, the GOAT behind 69. What's going to happen this time? Is Young behind the wheel again, is he? Excellent. There is Alex Curto. Oh, it's Darryl Young. Let's see, the back. Henry Handy into the pits. Bedenke will be hoping to catch up. Waiting for the sun to come up. Sensible, Tyler. That is a good strategy. Yeah, the last thing, I mean, those disco lights are something else. Let's face it, that's all the distraction that you need. But let's see, Alex Curto is Darryl Young that is behind the wheel. And they are behind the 69 Crazy Squirrel again. It's Dmitry Smirnov who is behind the wheel. Marcus Eng coming in to the pits for a pit stop. Double stint, oh excellent, double stint for Young behind the wheel of the Wild Things car. Battle for top 10 is about to ensue. We will let the, in fact we'll let that catch up. Did change contrast, big help. Oh, it massively is. Yeah, just in case anyone else is wondering, for anyone else out there, it really does help for anyone doing some late night ACC. Yeah, this little image contrast here, it usually sits at 0.5, I believe it is. Just move it all the way down to 0.2. That's as low as it can go. And it's like turning on stadium lights. It's like putting floodlighting on. Yeah, so the yeah, you can see just that little bit better. As you can see there, yeah. Whoa, Dmitry Smirnov hanging on the edge. Not easy to warm the tyres in 11 degrees when it's only a fast rated track. Not even got optimum amounts of grip to lie. There is there is, what we're talking, about 15 hours of rubber out there on the track. No, the servers, we're going to see a few driver swaps. It looks like a couple of the teams are just having some slight connection pings there. That will all iron itself out once the drivers all swap over. Crazy Squirrel at the minute, 8.8 seconds up the road. Darrell Young will be monstering to get caught up. 1.9 seconds though. Melker Garby behind Martin Ulrich. Now that was a bit of a swap with the pit stops as well. Garby is only just out behind the wheel, of course. He took over from Benjamin Eck 1 lap ago. Martin Ulrich is going to be coming into the pits at the end of this lap. So another one of these positions that's going to be leapfrogging over the pit stops. It's all going to come down to the final few of the race to decide where those positions are actually going to, or who those positions are actually going to reside with come the end of the race. Domenico Bellotti behind the wheel of the Astro Racing Team B car. Back out in 20th position, so 18th in the pros. Got the two ARM drivers ahead. And yeah, good to see the lead two ARM cars both inside the overall top 20, so phenomenal display by both of those teams. Corving, of course, third place in the ARMS, 25th overall, not too bad at all. And of course, special mention again to car number 17, absolute commitment. And yeah, all the teams in the ARMS. It's this is not an easy course. In the slightest, and yeah, constantly traffic to deal with. As you can see, the race leader, just say that, just sailing his way past a couple of cars. Oh, we've just lost two cars. We've just lost two cars. We've just gone from 31 to 29, yes. It's me, Dio. Someone has disconnected. I think it might be two cars that have disconnected. It's happened so quickly. So Berezovsky's still there. Videmke, Handy, Ulrich, Garby. Jabadal's still in. Kanik is still in. Where's Wild Things? Where's Wild Things? Oh, no way, it's Wild Things Racing. Yeah, so Wild Things Racing are one of the cars that have just disconnected. Just as Young was settling down for a double stint. Let me just check Discord. They're both driving. Garby's driving. Is Benjamin Eck behind the wheel at the minute? No, he's not. Yeah, there they are. They've just reconnected. So confirmation there. We gained one position, so I thought it was only one DSC. I think there was someone behind you disconnected as well. RIP, router turned off, trying to get back. Ah, that's another comeback drive then for Young and the team. An insult to injury, they're going to have to wait 2 minutes. After rejoining, that's put them down at the 16th position. Absolute heartbreaking. Yeah, another couple of cars up the front just having some connection issues. That'll be drivers just nipping out in and out of the server. Of course, with the reduced number of cars, originally there was 41 cars, 39 cars or 41 cars, 147 drivers. In total have been registered on the server to race. Of course, we've not reached anywhere near that kind of peak. We've certainly not reached the peak of the on-track action either. Not quite yet. Milker Garvey is closed right up on Martin Ulrich. In fact, yes, he has. He's closed up. He's not gotten past. We're going to use his external cam. I think the on-boards at night are just a bit too enclosed. On the Dortmunder straight, let's see how this one goes. There aren't many behind us. This is true, but there still is. So, yeah, I do. Yeah, we're back up to 30 cars. I'm sure we were at 31. Somebody's going to point it out, and I will. Oh no, wait, is this? Is this? Oh, was Manuel streaming his? Oh, well, some streaming on that channel. There we go. Yeah, so I was just trying to get access to the chat to see if I could figure out who else it was that disconnected. There's a couple of cars. Wow, there is Tagir Sanziev just put pictures in the chat. It's actually morning where he is already. The sun absolutely piling up through the sky. This time of year, the sun doesn't actually really go down where I am, so. Just clocked it there, so yeah, I can keep an eye on the chat. But yeah, a couple of drivers have not actually mentioned. Yeah, I'm still convinced there's another car, but we will crack on. I don't need that, and I don't need that, but we do need that. It's the halfway mark. We've still got Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca, and Kyalami. What a calendar! What a calendar they put together here. The last race that James Williams will be admin for in the Endurance Series. He is going to be massively, massively, massively missed within the community. An absolute legend of a geezer. Salt of the earth type. As you can see, Sutton. Budemke has got back ahead of Henry Handy. 13 seconds is the gap. Slightly worried about Zachary at Kanika and Marcus Eng at the moment. Those connections really are going full ping status. 100,000% want to do Laguna. Yeah, that'll be a good one. Laguna, although, yeah, I mean, it's some calendar. The whole calendar, if you look at it, Hungaroring to start off. Arguments could be made it's difficult to overtake on that track. The same could be said at many. Donington, Valencia, Suzuka, Red Bull Ring, the Nordschleife, Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca, Kyalami. Absolute goosebumps just reading through that calendar. Now the total number, that'll be 56 hours of racing that will have been completed by the teams that have made it through the entire calendar so far. Vesta leading the overall tabulation of points. We'll see how they get on the end of this one. Francesco Adamu behind the wheel for them in 6th position. He's just come back out. Zachary no longer behind the wheel. That will update in a moment. Same too. Ulrich is handed over to Martin Larenk. Yeah, you want to talk about strength and depth. Some of these teams, absolutely crazy. Brogan Dyer is back behind the wheel, so he must have been the first driver to connect for WTR while things racing. So they're going to find themselves by the look of it. Just have a look at some of the chat. Sorry, looking at far too much data and completely lost my own train of thought. Brogan Dyer must have been the first driver to connect. Now let's see what this is going to show me. Of course, it's Pitwall Live, so he's only just reconnected. So yeah, Brogan was in the chat. It was going to be, certainly their plan was to have Darryl Young behind the wheel of the car. For a double stint, but obviously with the disconnect of Brogan Dyer's the first driver in, not always the easiest to driver swap when you reconnect, so he may well be coming out to do a stint. We see a couple of cars off track trying to get out of the way. That's the number 17. Very quickly out of the way. Brogan now got 16 seconds to make up to Marcus Eng. They've got a couple of laps to go. So yeah, they're going to get involved in plenty of overtaking action, but that top 10 now looks like a slightly steeper uphill climb than it did before the disconnect, to say the least. But we will see how they crack on. The server still seems to be holding. A couple of drivers still having some issues, but they should again settle down once the driver swaps have all taken place. I'm not sure how much of that you can actually see on screen, but yeah, you can see those little server bars pinging. I am going to take another very quick pit stop before I get settled in for the last hour. Get myself well hydrated. 2:30 AM in the morning it is here. I'll be here till 3:30 AM UK time. Then of course Christian Romano will be leading us through the closing 3 hours of the race. While I nip for a quick pit stop, we'll leave it on the race leaders. They've barely had any camera time at all over the opening almost 16 hours of the race. They've been absolutely flawless up at the front. Hypex Racing. It's been an incredible race so far for the team. Chris Warner, James Perry and David Sparks putting in a lot of the stints so far. Said Tut had done a couple of doubles at the start, now doing the monster overnight shift, so absolute hats off to Seddon. Taking the graveyard shift and the race by the absolute scruff of the neck, not letting up in the slightest. So great to see. So yes, quick pit stop for me. I will be straight back. We'll leave you on board with the race leaders, and if there is any teams that you're still here cheering on in the chat, do give us a shout, and we will jump through and have another look at some more of the liveries as well before we go off. But yes, I'll be back in a moment. Hello once again. 8 hours and 20 minutes left to go. We've got about an hour left of coverage for the moment. And then, as I say, still trying to choke back some medication. And then we'll have Christian Romano bringing the closing 3 hours of the race. The positions really are up for grabs. I am most definitely going to be leaving my pit wall live running overnight to keep up with the action as soon as I get up. I hope everyone can join Christian for the closing stint. It's the Coach Dave Delta Endurance GT3 2024 season from Formula Racing League. Not only another landmark series, but of course the last race for James Williams. I'm very sad about this. I am a huge fan of the man himself. We just missed an overtake there. Craig Hill, just as I came back, getting the overtake done on the Munich. Seddon Tuck came into the pit and has handed the wheel over to James Perry. The Hype X train continues. And what a hype train it's been. Henry Handy making this an interesting one. Is he actually up at the second? He is indeed. Because there was pit stops. So yes, of course there was. So yeah, there was pit stops as I nipped for a quick personal break and top up the cup of tea. I know, drinking caffeine at this time of the morning, such a bad idea. But yeah, Bademke has just come into the pits. Handy's been out for 27 minutes, so yeah, Handy is back up to second place again. That will update on the telemetry tower on the left. For some reason, the inbuilt one on ACC just does not like updating on time. But yeah, that will update in a second. Once again, we've got 4th and 5th. There was 78 seconds separating these two cars. These three cars, in fact. It's now 66 seconds between the three of them. Or 66 seconds each. So the gaps are closing. So there's more battles on the way. Timothy Jabadal as well. 12 seconds he's got to Berezovsky ahead of him. And Bailey Stewart out behind the wheel for Cronus Racing Team. That's not too bad for 24-hour racing. Get yourself an Australian. Or a New Zealander. Shane Van Gisbergen isn't too bad behind the wheel of Herd. And he definitely is from New Zealand. He is, yeah, he is as Aussie as Andy Murray is English. Same type of thing. But yeah, Bailey Stewart behind the wheel for Cronus. Got Hajo Horman behind the wheel, QRT behind them, 35 seconds down the road. Neil Eriksson once again behind the wheel of the Porsche. Hayden Harter, who is of course in America. Again, not too bad for doing European time zone. Have Americans on the race rota as well. And in fact, they're just ahead of Team Car, the Project D car, which is leading the AMS. Oh, looks like that is some seriously foggy weather the drivers are now having to contend with as well. Still no rain though. Quite amazingly, still no rain has fallen. I would be massively surprised if we don't see any before the end of the race. Another car comes into the pits. It's Fabian Karner. Comes in from the Advisor car. It's going to be Jan Barth out for a double stint next. So that's going to be 3:30 in the morning. Local time for Jan. Whereas we have Stuart, it's going to be 12 in the afternoon. Oh yes, it's always fun trying to keep up with time zones. said absolutely no one ever. But yeah, Bailey Stewart is going to be at lunchtime there, bright and sunny in the land down under. Isn't it supposed to stay dry? Oh, is it? thought it was AccuWeather. Yeah, real weather settings based on AccuWeather. So yeah, given the amount of cloud cover, that to me would always suggest that there is the potential for rain, so there would be, but you could be right, it might be. Let me just check. Alright, okay then, yeah, if it says 0% rain, then yeah. Yeah, it will be 0%. Let me close that as well, because the game is really struggling with it being at night. But yeah, so 0% rain, right, okay, so it is going to stay dry then. I did thought I saw some rain clouds on the rain clouds on the AccuWeather prediction, so I thought there would have been a minor percentage in there. But no, if it is at 0%, then yeah, it will be staying dry. I'm sure that'll be yeah, welcome to any of the drivers that didn't know. But I'd imagine most of them did. Bailey Stewart is catching up to the crazy squirrel car. They were being hunted down by the Wild Things Racing, but they now find themselves in 18th after being another car that found themselves disconnected from the server. But yeah, Bailey Stewart doing more than an able job catching back up to the crazy squirrels to put some pressure on. Oh, the McLaren. Oh, extra squeal on the tyres there. It does look, Bailey is in Australia, so the connection isn't the best, so it will occasionally look like the car is moving sideways when it actually isn't. Well, that's just a slight bit of net code. And I believe, is that Athor just ahead? It certainly is. Wow, so that gap doesn't look like 3.3 seconds from... Oh, slightly tentatively through the Schumacher S here for Athor. And that gap, I'm going to guess, is less than 3.3 seconds now. Yeah, certainly the Dottinger straight at the end of this lap. You would think he's going to be battleground engaged for Stewart. We'll see what the timing line says the next time they both come through it. Hayden Harter got a bit of time to make up to Ericsson still. Brogan Dyer is making time on Marcus Eng as well. Both of those drivers got pace for top 10 duties. So we'll see if they can catch up to Larocque ahead, because as I say, Eng 19 seconds down on Larocque, 26 seconds for Dyer to make up to Marcus Eng ahead. Which, given their lap times, should definitely be possible, though Dyer on the last lap not having the most convincing 8.19, although no real representative time because they're only just back in the server. That is brutal. The micro freezes are always applicated. That is not a word I am overly familiar with. Oh, no, did you mean appreciated? I did think that was what you meant. Yeah, sorry, is that just a slightly mistyped? Appreciated, yeah, yeah. As a driver that's been on the receiving end of them several times, yeah, they definitely remind you that you're alive. The adrenaline, appreciate my bad. Yeah, no, you're all good, you're all good. I did kind of guess that. Arthur, that gap now down to 2.9, so it was right. Arthur is being closed in on. Bailey Stewart is looking quick. There you can see the Cronus team driver closing in handily at the moment. Autocorrect, yep. And that's the thing, it's autocorrected it to a word that isn't even correct. That's how bad autocorrect is, it's a nightmare. I do enjoy reading some of the autocorrect conversations that people have had there. Yeah, it really does get wild. Looking up at the front, Bademke and Garvey now 11.5 seconds separating them, so Bademke really getting the job done since Garvey had that nightmare 3 laps, had to come into the pits twice and then swapped over drivers again. That's now an 11-second gap between the two FRL team cars. But it's still Bailey Stewart that we're on board with. It is definitely getting foggy. I've just been advised there is no chance of rain. Slightly disappointed, not going to lie. I'm sure the driver's more than happy with that arrangement though. There is Jan Barth out on track, as he mentioned in mentioned in chat. He's out for a double stint. Looking solid in the post. 23rd overall, 21st in the pros. Still running in 3rd. In the arms, it's Mark GG, another Porsche driver, another Porsche car. You can still see those exhaust pipes. 357. Should we take the contrast filter off? Those clouds really do look grey as well, don't they? You can't really see them, yeah, but the clouds in the distance there, you can see definitely looking grey. Rifling through the corners there. But yeah, Margie G in 3rd place. In 2nd, Martin Munich is out behind the wheel of the Gazelle Motorsport car. I think it's his 2nd stint. Certainly since I've been on, sorry. 2nd stint since I've been on in the last 3 and a bit hours. Wow, time really does fly in. Some men want to see the world burn. Love that, Philip. Absolute massive bat geek, so I can fully appreciate that reference. De Munich for Gazelle. Now got a big gap to Larocque, but still hanging on to 2nd place quite comfortably. They've got a lap up on 3rd, so podium looking very good as we enter the final 3rd of the race. And of course, Alexandre Larocque. There is Alexandre Larocque for... Blah, blah, blah. Let me just put my teeth in the correct way around. Alexandre Larocque for TSE's Project D car, still leading the way in the arms. A couple of cars still having slight connection issues, but they do seem to be settling down slightly. Maybe just high ping because of the connection, the distance to the server, but Larocque, either way, he is comfortably leading for TSE Racing in the ARM class. Got some good time, 13 seconds up on Marcus Eng as well, broken down on 27, so that's a bit up and down there at the moment. 9th place, Kai Verona for the Nords M4 car. Living up to its name at the moment, inside at the top 10. Got a good gap over Van Vielen. Oh, Melker Garvey with a minor moment there. Oh no, sorry, he got a yellow flag is because he was on the pit exit, and it just beggars belief that that comes up in the highlights. But some of the actual yellow flags don't. Yeah, absolutely flawless pit exit there. Van Thielen has followed Verona into the pits for the Sim Racing Belgium team. Great race for them, getting back up into the top 10 as well. They've done well to do so far. Timothy Javadal still in 8th position. I think he's going to be coming into the pits on this lap as well. He is, yet 52 minutes he's been out for, so he's going to be in. Daniel Berezovsky has done exactly the same amount of time, give or take 30 seconds. Melker Garby not too far off, so too Henry Handy, James Perry and Bedemke, of course, just out of the pits. Bedemke on a double Perry, just starting his stint with Martin Larenc halfway through his stint, so inside the top 10. Yeah, Hajo Horman coming to the end of his stint as well, so he's about to come into the pits, so we're going to see some more changes. But it's going to be happening all the way through. Where is... that's Hayden Harter going past. Where is Broken Dyers now? 27 seconds down the road. I've got completely lost. Where is... Hajo Horman? They're in 13th position, my goodness me. Okay, that hadn't updated properly, sorry. There is, it's Sanders Jacobs that is back behind the wheel, so they're already in the pit. Sorry, that took a moment or two for that to update on my screens. I'm getting absolutely hung out to dry by the technology this evening. Excellent stuff. Oh, now Melker Garby. Oh, carrying damage on the car. That's another short stint. Oh, all kinds of wiggles there. Just having a look down. Yeah, quite a few yellow flags, but nothing I can identify as an actual accident. But Garby back into the pits after another short stint carrying that damage. Ericsson into the pits as well for the Porsche Manthe Shumi Skins machine. In there with Horman as well. Oh, Henry Handy. Let's see what's going on here. Remnant Racing in second place. We're going to jump on a chase cam just because the trees here are such a nightmare. Oh, and he's over-rotated on the curb and bounced off the wall. Oh, that is a nightmare. I mean, it could have been worse, obviously. He could have ended up facing completely the wrong direction, but that is at second place. Find themselves with a bump on the wall. That is going to bring Bedemke ever closer, and if they are carrying any aerodynamic damage, that is going to massively affect them. I mean, Handy might actually just come in on this lap. He's 44 minutes into his stint. Yeah. So he's going to come in at the end of this lap anyway, I would say. So any minor damage that is on the front, they'll get that instantly repaired. Because that is Garby into the pits as well. Bedemke still in second place. Larenc in 4th position. Just heading out into the countryside. So is ahead of Garby. It's Benjamin Eck that's back behind the wheel for FRL. Now they're back out in 6th position again. It's going to take a couple of sectors for that all to catch up. It's not taking many sectors for Bailey Stewart to catch up. He's already got past Athor. So I completely missed that. My apologies. Got the race leader directly behind them. Bailey Stewart is showing some very quick pace. As I say, he's got past Athor. He's now closing in on Verona with the race leader just popping through as well. So could get some handy bit of slipstream to get caught up. Go Larocque, says Fox and the Moon. Oh yeah, so Larocque, that would be, yeah, 16th place, TSE de Coney, of course. We're on board at the minute with Bailey Stewart, the Cronus Racing team. They've had a phenomenal drive over the piece, find themselves in the top 10, and certainly Verona well within striking distance at the moment. Just checking the stint timers. Wow, yeah, they both pitted at exactly the same time, so this is a straight up race for position. As the head through the car, so you can see the wheel popping right out the top of the McLaren there, which doesn't cause the car to bottom out, but when we see it going through on, I've closed that document. I'm not even going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce that name without it in the front of me. Berezovsky in the pits, but yeah, the wheel coming right through the chassis of the car there, but we're still seeing BMWs and McLarens bottom out. What, down one of the bumps. And yeah, so there is Berezovsky and Javidal into the pits. That's minus 0.3, which is how much quicker you get when you join the team. We have been reliably informed by the members, and of course FNM coming in as well. We'll see if they do a driver swap while we stay on board with Bailey, and that is Verona. He's got directly ahead of him. Sorry, I didn't quite catch the fact that the race leader James Perry has managed to extricate himself past both of these cars, so he's going to be the one. Oh no, he's got a Ferrari ahead, so he'll get some slipstream. Or will he on the Dottinger straight? It looks like he's going to melt straight past the Ferrari. Yeah, he's going to be there very shortly indeed. And there we go again, down that dip. Cars bottoming out left, right and centre. Sparks absolutely flying. Into Brunchen they go. Oh, that's a little bit deep by Verona. That's massively closed that gap, and this is surely going to be the one where we see Stewart go past on the Dottinger straight. That's massively closed them up. They've got the Astro Mercedes ahead of them. That's Reminier out in 20th position at the minute in the 531. The race leader fizzing past there, the Astro car now finds himself between the battle between Stewart and Verona as they get on the Dottinger straight. Oh, and that's opened up a big enough gap there. That's a clever move by Verona. You need to know how to use the traffic. Bailey Stewart is going to get some slipstream along the Dottinger straight, but is it going to be enough to get him close enough to get the overtake done? I did declare it would be at the point that we see the overtake it done, but yeah, navigating the blue flag traffic is an art form all in itself. Rule number 3 of endurance racing, Raven's racing rules. The Raven that only races ovals and F4s. Is yeah, interact with the traffic as best as possible, always to your advantage, and that's exactly what Verona did there. Managed to sneak in front of the Mercedes just before the entrance to the straight, and that's kept Stewart behind. But for how long? The race leader, you can see James Perry whizzing off into the distance. He's already comfortably into 2 arena turn number 1. Cronus Racing, they're all over the back. Bailey Stewart still the closest battle that we've got. Oh no, my apologies. Absolute fake news on that one. We've got Brogan Dyer bringing the heat at the moment. In fact, I think he's just gone past the Sanders Jacobs. Have I missed that one? Oh, miles down. The telemetry is telling me full-on porcupines now. Let's go back to the battle that we were watching. Bailey Stewart still taking on Verona. Through the Schumacher S. Whoa, and that's all kinds of wild there. Yep, as a driver of middle-engine rear-wheel drive cars, the Ferrari, namely, I can tell you that is not the way to do that, and that type of engine setup and real recovery work there from Bailey Stewart to get that one there. Keep it between the Mayo and the Mustang and get it back on the right track. He's going to have a bit of building to do, although, do you really want... He would have... Yeah, multiple trains of thought there at the same time. Of course, he would have liked to be in contention as he was heading through Ad Van Bogen and potentially get the overtake done through the chicane. But again, you either get it done there, or yeah, do you leave a bit of space? Do you really want to be right on the rear bumper of another car driving through the north side? Personally, I most definitely don't. But I'm nowhere near as insane as some of the drivers that take part in these races. So, yeah, that could be exactly what they're relishing, that bumper-to-bumper action through the 16 miles of twisty roller coaster that is the Green Hell. At the minute, it's Kai Verona in 9th position. Bailey Stewart from Corsa holding on to that 10th place. James Perry absolutely flying up at the front of the field, putting in personal best sectors. As we go, the wind has died down ever so slightly as well. Which is certainly making it a bit easier for the drivers. It has definitely caught a few of them out at a couple of points in the race. We're now at 4:10 in the morning, so tell you what, let's take the contrast filter off, shall we? So apologies for jumping into the options. There's no point trying to hide the screen. Let's pop this back up to where it should be. There we go. Yeah, now get a realistic look at the cars and the lights. Now that we're actually getting a bit more natural light coming in, 4 AM. So yeah, it will look strangely dark for the first couple of minutes of watching it, but this is what the contrasting colours should look like, so we can actually do some of these liveries some justice now. Get a proper look at the flames firing out the side of that BMW. Perry with the Hype X racing team again. They have put no foot wrong at any point in time. Their pit stops are like absolute clockwork. Their stints have been like absolute clockwork. No more than a minute between them. In fact, they did have one at 56:57. So 56 minutes 57 seconds is their shortest stint, and 58 minutes 27 was their longest. So yeah, about a minute and a half between their longest and shortest stint time. Absolutely incredible. The shortest pit stop was 1 minute 14, I believe, and the longest, of course, 1 minute 13, 1 minute 12. Yeah, so the pit times between 1 minute 12 and 1 minute 14. Of course, the brake change taking slightly longer, as it does with everyone, but even for that stop, they managed to keep it under 2 minutes. Oh, sorry, that last stop was 1 minute 20. But I think you get the point. Consistency on the track, consistency in the pits. It's yeah, it's a whole bunch of consistency that is going to win you a whole bunch of races, I would imagine. And Perry and the rest of the team absolutely at one with that BMW out on the car's natural environment. Henry Handy has been a bit handy behind the wheel of that thing as well, up into second place. There's been server disconnects. The rest of the field, James Perry and the team, most definitely legitimately leading. The rest of the field, there's been server disconnects up and down the field. Some teams getting caught in incidents early doors and then disconnecting and reconnecting and finding themselves further back up. So really is an absolute mixed bag of talent down the rest of the field. Henry Handy for Remnant Racing in second, though, with Bedemke for FRL in third. Then it's Martin Larenc, Holdfast Motorsport, again another one of the teams. They are on comeback drive number 3. Something along those lines. They've already been as far as third position, and they were definitely trending towards giving second place a real run for their money. They're back up to fourth. Saying I did have a spin in the number 84 car, but luckily no one saw it. Well, there we go. Wait, actually. No, we didn't see that. You're right, we absolutely did not. That's the 88. I picked on the wrong car there. But no Seddon. Wow. Look how close. And that's what I was talking about. 4 hours ago, there was a lot less visibility than this. That's why I do like to use that contrast filter for part of the broadcast, so we can make sure that we can see. But yeah, Seddon, a phenomenal race. I mean, that... okay, was that in your first stint? Because your average lap time was actually a fair bit slower than it has been over the whole piece. Okay, so yeah, I can at least narrow it down to the stint. So, members of the team are human, is basically what we're saying. Even the aliens do make the odd mistake. But yes, Seddon, it's been an incredible race for the team so far. And you yourself have spread your stints. I mean, you did the 3rd stint of the race, then the 7th and 8th, and now back behind the wheel overnight again. Do you have many more stints to go yourself? I mean, there's what we're told. Well, there's only what 7 left to go. Wow, time flies when the racing is incredible, and it's always incredible with Formula Racing League. Get yourself signed up. Would be the next piece of advice. If I click that button there, there's still plenty of racing to come, an absolutely mouth-watering calendar to finish off the Coach Dave Delta Endurance. I say finish off, we're only just at halfway. Watkins Glen is next. Who doesn't want to spend hours racing at Watkins Glen? We've got Zolder, we've got Laguna Seca, and ending on the world great that is Kailami, as well as racing on rFactor 2 F1 and ACC, of course, on multiple platforms. There is a link to the SimGrid host page for Formula Racing League. That'll give you the Discord link, the Instagram link, the YouTube link, the Twitch link, everything you could possibly need to get yourself involved in Formula Racing League's endeavours. And you can even look at the awesome cover photo they've got with all the different FRL liveries. That's very well done on the car itself. Someone needs a mega pat on the back for that. Seddon confirming, that's me done for this race. It's going to be Perry and Dave who will be bringing it home. Nice. So that'll be yeah, James Perry and David Sparks. Yeah, yourself and Chris Warner definitely put in the stints so far. We've been very lucky this race with everyone around us either crashed or disconnected. Indeed, yeah, I did actually say that at the start of the race, said, and that just at the end of lap 1 when 2nd and 3rd collided, you guys suddenly found yourself with, I think it was a 17-second gap halfway into lap 1, and it did say, as much as you would have been very happy with the gap in qualifying. I don't think anyone in their wildest dreams would have imagined at the end of lap 2 you had almost what, a 27-second gap. I think it went from 17 at the halfway through lap 1 to very close to 30 seconds by the end at lap number 2. But yeah, there has been a few disconnects, but you still need to put the laps in yourself. You guys have had the fastest lap of the race as well. Now this is an interesting proposition here because Henry Handy has just come out the pits. He's handed it over, sorry, to Christopher Larson, and he's out in third place with Martin Larenc right on his rear spoiler. Now Larenc does need to come into the pits at the end of this lap. But it certainly shows you the type of pace that they've got. These podium positions are no way decided. That is for absolutely sure. As we jump on board with Larenc, they've got another BMW just ahead of them. He's going to get out of the way rather quickly, I'd imagine. It looks... Oh no, is that a Mustang? That is a Mustang. He says confidently, only for it to turn out to be a BMW, no doubt. It's a Mustang. I should have went with my first... It's Marcus Eng, in fact. We jump on board, look at it from his point of view. So 16th position, he'll of course be getting the blue flags. The rear spoilers of the BMW and the Ford do look pretty similar from a distance. But yeah, Marcus Eng in 16th position. He has what is essentially a battle for a podium position at the moment. Larenc will be hoping, of course, to get ahead of Handy. Handy is going to be full of fuel. Larenc is going to be on a near empty petrol tank. Of course, they can't hold more than the 65 minutes or the less than 60 minutes that the drivers are doing in these stints. But when you're racing at the top, you do like to run everything as close as possible, so they won't be running an excess of fuel, that's for sure. In fact, I think we might need to put HDR on just so we can fully appreciate some of these colours. Again, the north-south, there's a lot going on the sides of this track. Hold Fast are holding fast, so another battle that we're being treated to on track. A lot of slipstream as they fall through the countryside. So last minute you see some of these curbs. Still a lot of parties and lights flashing in the background. The tree no longer standing. The one that's named after that course, mile marker 7. Oh no, the campsite marker 7, sorry. It's still full party time right around the track. 4:30 in the morning. That is Festival Days reignited. Oh, the track has gone back to optimum. So it's re-rubbered back in. We've got it back up to optimum. So yeah, we may see the lap times actually start to get quicker. The tyres should last a little bit better as well. Now again, they're more than capable of doing the stint length that drivers are currently doing, but this is not a forgiving track, as you can see. Constantly having to work to put the car where you want it to go. All that work getting done, or the vast majority of that work, of course, getting done by the tyres that do connect the car to the road. So they get a lot of graining rather than the blistering you get at a hotter temperature. Of course, the blistering definitely worse the things go, and the blisters go, you end up with flat spots left, right and centre. The graining, you just lose. It does though leave a lot of rubber on the side of the tracks, which we've been seeing all over the sides of the cars. And Larenc, oh, is he going to get this done mid-lap? He really does have the pace, and of course having a much emptier petrol tank is going to aid him. He's in Aston Martin, so we're going to get a terrible rear spoiler shot, but there is Remnant Racing now behind. So that was theoretically for position. Of course, Larenk will be into the pits at the end of this lap to make sure he doesn't breach the stint timer. And now that he is where he is, it's likely to be that we see Remnant retake the spot when they're in the slipstream through the carousel. They go. Larenk still got a car just ahead of him as well. That is Marcus Singh, who is keeping pace with these two at the moment. Bailey Stewart with the quick yellow flag there, and Ricardo Meeking for QRT in 20th position. Popping up a yellow flag there as well. Yeah, I'm going to have to go and have a look at this one. Let's see what's going on. Oh, so he's already got damage at this point. The Cronus car has had an accident, which I've missed. My apologies, I've missed that one. Oh, and they've gone into the wall again. So difficult to control the car. Such a long way to the pit lane as well. So Bailey Stewart, who was on an absolute thunderous charge, now finds himself with 4 or 5 yellow flag incidents. Ricardo Meekin having a bit of a nightmare as well. Will we have a look and see? Yeah, we will. So this is Ricardo Meeking then for QRT. Ooh, the car just looking a bit airy there, a bit light. Is he? Oh, wow. The wall just bringing him to an absolute dead stop there. Absolute dead stop. That's a lot of damage that he's going to be contending with. Still on board with Martin Larenk. In fact, if we do this, we'll get to see the rear view mirror, see the car behind through the mini carousel. Oh, that's not the exit that the last one was looking for. Last, of course, knows he's not really in a race with Larenk at the moment. Again, Larenk at the end of his stint is going to have a lot less fuel. The car's going to be a lot lighter, but Larson would have liked to have been in the slipstream unit. Larenk is going to pull into the pits. Is Larenk close enough to get any benefit from Marcus Ing ahead? It doesn't look like he is. Yeah, no, not quite catching that slipstream there, so not going to get any benefit. Well, we've got confirmation that Bailey Stewart has pulled into the pits. Brogan Dyer comes in as well for Wild Things Raced as Martin Larenk flies through that stadium section. He's going to throw over into the pits. I mean, even the pit entrance has got a bit of a dip on it there. It's a completely different experience to coming into the pits from the GP circuit. That's the camera we want. There is Larenk coming in to the pits. Ollie Arthur just flashing up on the timing for some reason. Ricardo Meeking as well, just flashing up with a bit of a yellow flag. Brogan Dyer is into the pits. They did have a bit of an issue with their router. Hopefully that's solved and get the driver swap done. Bailey Stewart it's handed back over to Rafael Kanika. They've repaired the car. Larenk and Adamu came in as well. So there is Kanika. Brogan Dyer already handed over to Darrell Young. So he was supposed to do a second double stint, so yeah, he would have been just coming to the end of his second stint, so we'll see. Brogan might jump back in the chat actually and keep us up to date. We'll see if Darrell is going to do a double stint from now. Absolutely heroic efforts from some of the drivers. I mean, I've got special glasses on and my eyes are still burning staring at these all these screens. Oops, what's going on there? And looking at telemetry, that has just changed drastically. That's Mark GG that we've got on screen. Did we lose? We haven't just lost. No, we've not. No, we've not. Darryl Young's still out on track. We've got Hayden Harter pulling in to the pits for the lead TSE car. But it's Alexander Larocque still leading the way for the AM class. The Project D car now running 15th position overall. So a great race by them. Do still have 30 cars, so no one disconnected, thankfully. Michael Elms is having a bit of a moment in the Honda as William Glover pulls into the pits, the number 17's car. Still cracking on in 17th position. Love to see it. There's Craig Hill, Jan Barth as well. Another driver out on a double stint at crazy o'clock in the morning. And where else was it I was about to jump on board with? Oh, Craig Hill in the pits. So yeah, back marker. So yeah, Craig Hill comes in. This should be the final pit stop I see from the team. We'll see if they change. They've been one of the teams that have disconnected. They've been up and down, in and out. Matt Larenk with the white flag. He's now close. It's the other Assetto car that's now just ahead of him. So he did have the Mercedes ahead of him. It is now the Ferrari. Yeah, so he is going to be hoping to get past there very quickly indeed. Yeah, blue flags furiously waving. Oil Athor for the Crazy Squirrels. They're back inside the top 10. They've got Sim Racing Belgium handily closing in on them. It really is coming to life up at the top of the grid. Or just outside the top 10, sorry. That's quite a comeback by both teams. A lot of pit stops are going to be happening though, of course. As I said, with it being the Nord's Life 65-minute stint timer, a couple of cars, all it takes is a couple of cars to go a lap down, and then suddenly you permanently have a car in the pit lane. And it's Ricardo Mecking who is currently in there, and I think we do have another car further. Oh no, De Munich. Oh, the Gazelle racing car. And that looks like that is a continuation of a prior incident, unfortunately. And that's the Gazelle car, sickened in the arms for huge periods of time. Oh, it just comes over the crest. Actually didn't work out too badly there. Clipped the wall massively, but then a full 360 spin sent them back in the right direction. So if they've gotten away with not too much damage, that one actually might not have been too bad in the grand scheme of things. Yeah, every cloud has a silver lining, hopefully. So yeah, hopefully they've done okay out with that one. Ricardo Mecking still in the pits. Oh, that car is not looking factory fresh. It is now. That's a lot of time getting repaired there. Mecking back out behind the wheel room. Bat is on an absolute charge. Still chasing down Athor ahead. And Benjamin Eck within a second as well of Zachary. So all those ups and downs on the pit stops has brought these two very close. On track, they're going to be separated by pit stops again, but it won't stop them battling for the track position before they get there. In fact, let me just confirm that. Oh, well, yeah, Benjamin Eck's been out for 30 minutes, and of course, Zachary has just come out. So this is effectively a battle for position then. Eck got a bit of work to do. If he's going to get ahead, he does have the slightly lighter car, and of course his tyres will be much more in the operating window. Oh, as you can see there on the carousel, exactly what I'm talking about, just that full commitment from the Vesta car, but the tyres won't be anywhere near up to temperature to be trying that, and it's brought Benjamin Eck right up onto that rear spoiler as AM leader Alexander Larocque finds his way into the pits. I'm still on board with this battle. Let me just top up my glass of water, bear with me a second. Yeah, 10 minutes left of the coverage. Hopefully we'll see some more overtakes. They're definitely looking on the cards. Larocque coming into the pits. It's going to be quite a long one. I think they still need to do their brakes for this race. We've also got Elin Wenzel behind the wheel for the minus 0.3 International Racing Club. Love some of these team names. Raced earlier on in the evening, now back earlier on in the race, now back behind the wheel. Clocking some solid times as well, but is carrying a bit of damage there. They're going to have to be careful they don't lose too much time to FNM behind, now up to 8th position with Verona in 9th and Crazy Squirrel in 10th place, but Simrace in Belgium looking to take that sooner rather than later. Another battle, Ferrari versus BMW, Eck versus Zachary ahead, so it's FRL versus Vesta Sport ahead. Simrace in Belgium now taking on the Crazy Squirrel team. The BMW not looking the most convincing on the brakes at this point. Rambeau on the other hand really is the Ferrari. Not too bad on the brakes, it's safe to say, and that's certainly being put to good use by Rambeau at the minute. The Simrace in Belgium team oh, and that's 2 wheels on the gravel. That was 3 wheels on the grass, if we're being honest there. That looked very close to 3 wheels on the grass. That's a lot of momentum loss. We've also got a potential overtake. Benjamin Eck is absolutely going for it. He's gone for it. He's got it done. Let's see if we can rewind. Hopefully we get to see this one. So along the Dottinger straight, yeah, gets himself some good slipstream. Not quite caught up by the left-hand kink though. So this is going to be a brave move through the arena section, which I think we're about to be sold short on. And we're going to get to see it. Wow, this must be an absolutely incredible move. He's nailed it from here. Oh yeah, it's on the exit, past the pit entrance. He's got him absolutely banged to right, so he gets the legwork done on the Dottinger straight, and as the exit he does get the move done, so that's Benjamin Eck ahead. He's going to need to go some. There's a 20-minute difference in the stint timers of the two cars, with Eck on the 20-minute deficit, so we'll see what he can do now that he has got ahead. Rambeau hasn't got ahead so far. We've still got the Dottinger straight to come, and these two still right on top of one another. We're starting to get a bit more visibility as well. Timothy Jabada, lovely commentary. Thank you very much, Timothy. Lovely driving. To be fair, Timothy, you and the team, very well done. FNM, been loving the workmanship, loving the liveries as well. But yeah, I'm glad you and the team are enjoying it. To be fair, it's very easy commentating on Formula Racing League races because they're always so immense. It really is. Yeah, an absolute pleasure. The league races, especially given James Williams' magic spreadsheets and the license system they've implemented at FRL, it's yeah, they truly are a thing of beauty. Timothy, more than welcome. Dell, how are we doing? All going well still, Raven? It is indeed. It is indeed. Although there's only about 6 minutes left. Yeah, only about 6 minutes left of my stint officially. We'll maybe drag on for a little bit further. If Discord will stop sending me notifications for no reason, I already pay for your add-ons. So there we go. Best league around right now, no cap. Yeah, Timothy, you would find me hard pushed to disagree with that statement. There's a few that are definitely up there, but yeah, FRL head and shoulders, very, very good, very, very, very good indeed. Dale asking, how are my limits doing? Whoa! Rombo just about going over his limits there. Going over the limits of the grip of the car. Very nearly. Zachary, that's one thing I can't actually track on this. I should have something that could tell me that, but I don't actually get to see how many track limit warnings. Limits. Right, I'm confused. Are you not racing, Del? I thought you meant track limit. Aha! Ha ha Ah, awesome. Yeah, the second person that's fallen foul of the yeah, I don't know. I got myself all confused as to who was who. It's almost as if it's 3:30 in the morning. But the limpets are just pulling into the pits. They're still in third place in the arms. So the four's pulling in, as I say, third place in the arms at the moment, and I've got a bit of time over the team behind them. This crazy squirrel coming into the pit. Olya Arthur, there we go, and James Perry pulling out of the pits, going for a straight double stint. They are absolutely flying. Bakary now finds himself 1 second down on Benjamin X, so Benjamin, good for that overtake. And spreading out, I tell you, this is going to be an absolute grandstand finish. Eck is ahead, he's got 20 minutes less of a stint than Zachary, so he's effectively got... so yeah, Zachary's got 20 minutes more to keep within. Not a clean car on track, nope. The paintwork has taken an absolute pounding. It's going to be some almighty money is made by the local car wash when this race is finished. But yeah, it's been it's been a fun one. I don't think there's many cars that haven't been on the grass at some point. Tugbert with Demke coming in for Formula Racing League that will put Remnant Racing back up into second place. Oh no! Tugbert Bademke with a stop go, 32nd for speeding in the pit lane is Dominic Illinger. That will be serving that penalty within the next 3 laps. He's got one of the TSE cars just unlapped themselves. Oh, and that is the gift that no race driver wants to receive. Stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. That is an absolute painful one, unfortunately. Oh, Dominic Illinger are just out behind the wheel. So yeah, Larson up into second place. Tug speeding in the pit lane. Well, oh right, so stop go 32nd, is that for speeding on the way in and a drive-through for speeding on the way out? Because I think as well, or no, I don't think as well, I know if the car's in second gear in the pit lane, you will get a speeding, you will get a penalty. So it might just be that Dominic has tapped the gear paddle. If Tugbert has left it in, because I've heard that is the quickest way to do your pit stop, is the person leaving the car leaves it in gear for the person entering, or put it back in gear for them. But yeah, I'm sure that's something that I heard, it's actually quicker to do a pit stop with a driver swap because of the way you can leave the car in gear for one another. I'm sure someone can straighten me out on that one. But yeah, Bademke, stop go 32nd. When he's already got Larson ahead of him. Brescia is going to be right in the hunt now. Yeah, Dale, there's multiple different rules within the game for pit lanes. Like I say, second gear during a race in the pits, that will get you a penalty. Crossing the entry or exit line too quickly, that'll get you penalties. And then obviously, yeah, being actually too fast in the pit lane itself, that will give you a penalty. But you can actually, yeah, like I say, be given a penalty for speeding in the pit lane just by having the car in second gear. Ooh, okay. The handy guy clocking what we had going on there then, so that was the yeah, looks like that's what's caused that. Crossed the line a bit too quick. There we go, setting up a couple of things. We've still got the race leaders out on track. 7 hours and 17 minutes left to go. It is 3:30 AM though. And that is, oh, that should be on live chat. Hopefully I've not missed anyone. Apologies if I have missed anyone's messages. For some reason it keeps changing from live chat to top chat. I'm not sure what the deciding factor on that is. Yeah, Del, enjoy your bed. I'm off to do the same. I will leave the video running for a few moments while I get myself set. I'm also going to leave Pitwall Live running to keep an eye, but at the moment, in round number 6 of the Coach Dave Delta Endurance GT3 2024 series from Formula Racing League, is HypeX Racing comfortably leading the way. Remnant Racing in second place, with FRL currently in third but got a penalty. Hold Fast Motorsport are in fourth position. FRL in fifth place. Marco Zachary of Vestasport in sixth position. Then is Ilan Wenzel for minus 0.3 International Racing Club in seventh. Dumoulin in eighth place for FNM, with Verona for Nors M4 in ninth, and Harold Rombaud rounding out the top 10 with Sim Racing Belgium. Josh Staffen, of course, leading the way. TSC Racing Project D leading the way in the ARMS. And second place in the ARMS at the moment is Martin Munich for Gazelle. They're still holding on to second, and in third is Team Limpets. Sven Corving back behind the wheel. Oh, Stream Elements is so much fun. So much fun. I love all these programs. What I'll do, as I say, I'll leave this running for a few moments after we've gone off. Yeah, what I'll do... Oh, we can't put HDR on. Never mind. I was going to pop that on. But yeah, we'll leave you with some footage of the race leaders, and I'll jump about through the cars before I do take off. But that is all from me this evening. Thank you to everyone that's tuned in and kept me company in the chat, and kept, of course, the rest of the broadcasters. Phenomenal work from Christian Romano and Ricky DC as well. Been an absolute pleasure to be on the team with them. It's the... What has that been? That's, yeah, 18 hours. Sorry, 17 hours we've managed to cover so far, and the final 3 hours will be covered by Christian Romano here on the YouTube channel. So thank you to anyone and everyone that has subscribed, and I didn't get notifications in the chat, I'm sorry, but thank you to anyone that has subscribed and hit the like, the thumbs up on the stream. Massively, massively appreciated by Formula Racing League to help them grow. They are putting on phenomenal, phenomenal events, so make sure, again, you do get yourself involved. Tom Curtin Raven, what a legend doing the night shift. Tom, an absolute pleasure as always. I am going to duck out now though. But yeah, thank you to yourself and the teams that have all taken part in the race. It's been an absolute pleasure. As I say, I'll leave you with another couple of minutes of footage of all the cars as I get myself ready for my bed. To those racing through the night, the best of luck. For those of you off to get some rest before you race in the morning, rest well, stay hydrated, and best of luck. And you better believe I will be in the chat to watch the end of the race. I'm expecting a grandstand finish. You did amazing, brother. Thank you for taking time out of your ring. And fear nothing, motto. Absolute pleasure, my friend. Absolute pleasure. But yeah, that is all from me. I'm going to finish this cup of tea and go for a lie down in a very dark room. Enjoy the rest of the race. Enjoy the rest of your weekend, and I will see you all again very, very soon. Stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your night. Good night.